You wake up on Christmas morning, 1721. The air smells like pine resin and smallpox. Wait, scratch that. You don't wake up because you're dead. Not metaphorically dead. Not dead inside from family drama dead. Actually, clinically, buried in frozen ground dead. And the thing that killed you? A wooden elf. Hand-carved. Painted red and green. Smiling. Welcome to Stockholm, where Christmas isn't a holiday. It's a body count. The winter of 1721 is the kind of cold that splits wood and bones with equal indifference. Sweden is still reeling from the Great Northern War, a 20-year nightmare that turned the Baltic into a graveyard and King Charles XII into a legend. Mostly because he died with a hole in his skull that historians still argue about. The country is bankrupt. The harvests have failed. And now, just in time for the birth of Christ, smallpox has arrived like an uninvited guest who won't leave. But this isn't a story about smallpox. Not exactly. This is a story about how a single gift toy really became the vector for one of the most terrifying near-apocalypses in European history. A gift that was supposed to bring joy. That was supposed to embody the spirit of giving. That instead became a biological weapon so effective, it made medieval plague rats look amateur. And it all started with an elf. Not the Keebler kind. Not the Tolkien kind. The Scandinavian kind, those strange, liminal creatures from Norse folklore that live between the world of the living and the dead, between Christian saints and pagan spirits. The kind that parents told their children about to keep them from wandering into the forest after dark. The kind that, by the 18th century, had been domesticated into something almost cute. Almost. The first recorded elf gift appeared in Stockholm on December 23, 1721. A merchant named Lars Eriksson carved it for his daughter, Anna. 6 inches tall, pointy hat, rosy cheeks. Hands clasped in prayer, or was it mischief? The records don't say. What they do say is this. By January 15th, Anna was dead. So was Lars. So were 17 of their neighbors. The elf had been passed from house to house, child to child, a symbol of goodwill in a season when goodwill was the only currency that mattered. It traveled through the narrow frozen streets of Gamla Stan, Stockholm's old town, a wooden messenger of Christmas cheer. And wherever it went, death followed. Not immediately. That's the genius of it, the cruel poetry. The elf would arrive. The family would smile. The children would play. And then, 3 days later, the fever would start. The headaches. The rash that looked like rose petals scattered across skin. Smallpox. By the time people connected the gift to the disease, it was too late. Here's what you need to understand about smallpox in 1721. It wasn't new. It had been killing Europeans for centuries. But it was predictable. It moved through populations in waves, burning through the vulnerable and leaving the survivors immune. What made the Stockholm outbreak different? What made it terrifying was its surgical precision. It didn't spread randomly. It spread through a network built on love. Because that's what the elf represented. It was a gift. You couldn't refuse it without insulting the giver. You couldn't burn it without committing sacrilege against the season. And you couldn't keep it without passing it along, because that was the point. Share the joy. Spread the cheer. Spread the disease. The Swedish authorities didn't realize what they were dealing with until mid-January. By then, the elf had been through at least 40 households. Maybe more. The records are incomplete partially because so many record keepers died. Partially because people were too terrified to admit they touched it. The city imposed a quarantine. They burned entire blocks of housing. They arrested anyone caught carving wooden toys. None of it worked. The elf, or rather its viral payload, had already done its job. And here's the twist. The detail that turns this from tragedy into nightmare. The disease wasn't on the elf. It was in it. Someone historians still don't know who had deliberately infected the wood. They'd soaked it in the fluid from smallpox pustules, then sealed it with lacquer to preserve the virus. The elf wasn't just a vector. It was a weapon. A bioterrorist attack disguised as a Christmas present. And nobody knew who made it or why. Was it an act of revenge? A foreign agent sabotaging Sweden while it was weak? A religious fanatic punishing Stockholm for its Lutheran heresy? Or, and this is the theory that keeps historians awake at night, was it an accident? A well-meaning carpenter who was himself infected, whose sweat and breath contaminated his creation without him ever knowing. The answer matters less than the result. By February, Stockholm had lost 8% of its population. The surrounding villages fared worse. Some lost half their residents. The Swedish economy, already on its knees, collapsed entirely. King Frederick I considered abandoning the capital. The phrase Jolkava, Christmas gift, became synonymous with death. For the next 50 years, wooden toys were banned in Stockholm during December. The elf itself? Burned, or so they claimed. But here's the thing about symbols. They're harder to kill than people. Because the idea of the elf, the corrupted gift, the poisoned generosity survived. It spread across Europe, morphing and mutating like the virus it carried. In Germany, they told stories of the Weihnachtsdieb, the Christmas thief who left cursed presents. In England, the tale became the Yule Phantom. In Russia, it merged with older folklore about domovoi spirits who punished greed. And in all of them, the moral was the same. Be careful what you accept. Be careful what you give. You're probably thinking this is where I tell you it's all a metaphor. That the elf represents capitalism, or consumerism, or the dark side of holiday obligation. That this is a parable dressed up as history. It's not. The Stockholm outbreak of 1721 is real. The bodies are real. The terror was real. And somewhere in the archives of the Swedish National Library, there's a woodcut of a small figure with a pointed hat and a frozen smile. Captioned simply, Didden's Jewel. Death's Christmas. If this feels too real, subscribe before it gets worse, because we're just getting started. The question isn't whether the elf existed. The question is, how did someone weaponize Christmas? And to answer that, we need to go back. Further than 1721. Further than Sweden. Back to when winter itself was a weapon, and survival was the only gift that mattered. Back to when the elves were still dangerous. Imagine dying because it's Tuesday. Not because of anything you did. Not because of war or disease or bad luck. Just because it's Tuesday in January, and that's when the cold decides you're done. That's life in pre-industrial Scandinavia. The cold isn't weather, it's an entity. It has intentions. It keeps score. The Norse understood this better than anyone. Their mythology isn't populated by benevolent gods and happy endings. It's a horror story disguised as a religion. Ragnarok, the end of everything, isn't a distant threat. It's inevitable, written. The gods themselves will die. And before that happens, there's Fimbulwinter. 3 years of endless cold. No summer, no spring. Just darkness and ice and the sound of wolves howling in the distance. This isn't a metaphor. This is memory. Because around 536 AD, something happened. Volcanic eruptions, possibly multiple, possibly in Iceland and Indonesia, threw so much ash into the atmosphere that the sun dimmed. Temperatures dropped. Crops failed globally. The Byzantine historian Procopius wrote that the sun gave forth its light without brightness, like the moon. In Scandinavia, it was worse. The cold lasted not 3 years, but 10, maybe 15. People died. Not thousands, hundreds of thousands. Entire villages vanished. Archaeological evidence shows a dramatic population collapse across northern Europe. The survivors remembered. They encoded the trauma into myth. Fimbulwinter wasn't prophecy, it was PTSD. And in that trauma, something was born. Or rather, something was seen. The elves. Not the workshop-dwelling toy makers of Coca-Cola propaganda. The original elves, Alfr and Old Norse, were something else entirely. They were the dead who didn't leave. The spirits of ancestors who remained in the land, in the stones, in the frozen earth. Some were benevolent. Most were neutral. A few were actively malicious. But all of them were dangerous. Because the Norse worldview didn't include safety. There was no guarantee of divine protection, no promise of heavenly reward. The gods themselves were doomed. The best you could hope for was a good death in battle, preferably where Odin's Valkyries might choose you for Valhalla. But most people didn't get a good death. Most people died cold, hungry, and forgotten. And those people? They became elves. The folklore is specific about this. If you died badly from starvation, from freezing, from disease, your spirit might linger. Not as a ghost, exactly. Something more physical, more present. You'd haunt the living not out of malice, but out of need. You'd steal food, warmth, life force. Whatever you were denied in death, you'd take from the living. The living, in turn, learned to negotiate. Every farm had an alpha blood and elf sacrifice. Usually in late autumn, before winter locked everything down. You'd slaughter an animal, pour its blood on the land, leave offerings of food and drink. Not because you loved the elves. Because you feared them. Because keeping them fed kept them calm, kept them away from your children. This isn't ancient history. This is 1721. These beliefs don't vanish just because Christianity shows up with better branding. In Sweden, by the 18th century, official religion was Lutheran. Churches dominated every town square. But in the farms, in the forests, people still left offerings. Still carved protective symbols into doorframes. Still told their children about the Tante Elf, who lived in the barn and would kill your livestock if you pissed him off. The Tante is interesting. He's the bridge between pagan elf and Christmas icon. By the 1700s, he's been partially Christianized, associated with St. Nicholas, with gift-giving, with the holiday season. But he's still dangerous, still volatile. The stories are full of farmers who forgot to leave him porridge and woke to find their cows dead, their barns burned. The message is clear. Respect must be paid. Rituals must be observed, and if you screw up, the winter will remind you why. So when Lars Eriksson carved that first elf in December 1721, he wasn't inventing something new. He was tapping into something old, ancient, coded into Scandinavian DNA. He was making a god. Think about the act itself. You take a tree already sacred in Norse belief, and you cut it down. You shape it. You paint it. You give it features. Eyes, mouth, hands. You make it look at you, and then you gift it. You send it into someone else's home, where it will watch over them, protect them, or judge them. This is sympathetic magic. This is ritual. Whether Lars knew it or not, he was performing a ceremony that predated Christ by millennia. And maybe that's why it worked so well as a vector. Because the people who received the elf didn't see a toy. They saw an object of power. Something that demanded respect. Something you couldn't just throw away. You welcomed it into your home. You placed it in a position of honor. And your children, your beautiful doomed children, they touched it. They held it, played with it, pressed their faces against its wooden cheeks. And 3 days later, they started dying. Here's what smallpox does. It enters through the respiratory system. The virus replicates in the lymph nodes, then floods the bloodstream. After about 12 days, the fever hits. Then the rash. The pustules form in the mouth, first making eating and drinking agony. Then they spread to the face, the arms, the torso. The skin literally detaches from the body. If you survive, and about 30% don't, you're left scarred for life. Blind, sometimes. Sterile, often. The virus can survive outside a host for months, especially in cool, dry conditions, especially when sealed in lacquer. Someone understood this. Someone in Stockholm in 1721 had enough knowledge of disease transmission to create a weapon that wouldn't be theoretically possible until germ theory was established decades later. They understood vectors, incubation periods, the social psychology of gift-giving. They understood that the best way to destroy a community isn't through direct violence. It's through corrupting the rituals that hold the community together. Christmas, family, generosity. Turn those into vectors, and the community destroys itself. The Swedish authorities, of course, didn't think in these terms. They thought in terms of witchcraft, divine punishment, foreign sabotage. They arrested people at random, mostly poor women, a few Catholic immigrants. They tortured confessions out of them, burned a dozen conspirators at the stake. None of them had anything to do with the elf, because the real perpetrator, if there was one, was never found. And maybe that's the most terrifying part. Maybe there was no perpetrator. Maybe Lars Eriksson really was just a father, trying to make his daughter smile in a winter that had already taken so much. Maybe the elf was innocent. Maybe the virus was just hitching a ride. Or maybe, and this is the theory that emerged in the decades after maybe, the elves themselves were responsible. Not the wooden toy, the actual elves. The spirits of the dead from that first Fimble winter, still angry, still hungry, still taking what was denied to them centuries ago. Maybe the Christians had gotten it wrong. Maybe Christmas wasn't about celebrating birth. Maybe it was about appeasing death. The folklore says the elves hate noise. They hate disruption. They hate being forgotten. And what does Christmas do? It makes noise. It disrupts the quiet of winter. It forces joy into a season that's supposed to be about survival. Maybe the elves were reminding people, winter isn't over. It's never over. By March 1721, Stockholm looked like a city under siege. The streets were empty, houses marked with red crosses. The sound of church bells tolling constantly for the dead became the soundtrack of the season. King Frederick refused to enter the capital. The Swedish Riksdag, the parliament, held sessions in Uppsala, 50 miles away. And in the midst of all this, a question started circulating, whispered in taverns, discussed in churches, written in letters that were immediately burned. Who benefits from this? Because here's the thing about the Great Northern War. Sweden lost. Badly. Russia under Peter the Great had emerged as the new superpower. Sweden's empire was collapsing. Its Baltic territories were being annexed. Its people were starving. And its enemies? They were watching. What if the elf wasn't random? What if it was strategic? What if someone, a Russian agent, a Danish spy, a disgruntled Swedish noble, had seen an opportunity, seen a population weakened by war and winter, and decided to finish the job? Biological warfare isn't a modern invention. The Mongols catapulted plague-infected corpses into besieged cities. The Spanish gave smallpox-infected blankets to indigenous populations. By 1721, the concept wasn't theoretical. It was proven. All you needed was the right vector. And what could be more perfect than a Christmas gift? The investigation, such as it was, went nowhere. The authorities were too busy containing the outbreak to pursue leads. And even if they'd wanted to, where would they start? The elf had passed through dozens of hands. Anyone could have infected it, or no one. The trail went cold, literally. By By April, the snow melted, and so did the outbreak. Smallpox needs close contact to spread. As the weather warmed, people ventured outside. Social distancing, though they didn't call it, that became natural. The elf was forgotten, or so everyone thought. But in the archives, in the letters and diaries of survivors, a different story emerged. A story not of conspiracy, but of something stranger. A story of how the elf kept appearing. Here's a fun fact. You can't kill wood. You can burn it, bury it, break it into splinters. But the idea of the wood, the tree it came from, the forest that birthed it, that persists, that haunts. The Swedish authorities burned the original elf, or they claimed to. On February 12, 1722, more than a year after the outbreak, a public ceremony was held in Stockholm's main square. A priest gave a sermon about idolatry and false gods. A judge read a proclamation banning the manufacture and distribution of wooden dolls during the Christmas season. And then, supposedly, the elf was placed on a pyre and set ablaze. The crowd watched. The flames rose. The elf crackled and split. And 3 days later, it showed up in Oslo. Not the same elf, obviously, but an elf. Same size, same design. Same pointy hat and clasped hands. Same frozen smile that looked like joy, but felt like warning. It appeared in the home of a merchant named Henrik Janssen, who swore he'd never seen it before. His wife found it on their mantel on the morning of February 15th, nestled between candlesticks like it had always been there. Henrik wanted to destroy it immediately. His wife Ingrid refused, not because she liked it, because she was afraid of it. This is important. This is the psychology that made the elf so effective. In 1722, you don't just throw away a religious object, even if it's pagan, especially if it's pagan. Because what if the thing has power? What if destroying it brings worse luck than keeping it? Ingrid compromised. She locked the elf in a trunk in the attic. She didn't tell her children about it. She didn't mention it to her neighbors. She just let it sit there, waiting. By March, she and Henrik were both dead. So were their children smallpox? The Norwegian authorities launched their own investigation. They traced the elf back to a shipment of goods from Stockholm, a merchant vessel that had docked in Oslo harbor in early February. But the ship's manifest didn't list any wooden toys. The captain denied bringing anything from Sweden except grain and wool. So where did the elf come from? The official explanation: smuggling. Some enterprising trader had hidden contraband in legitimate cargo. The elf was probably one of many items being sold on the black market. The unofficial explanation, the one that circulated in taverns and church basements, was darker. The elf hadn't been smuggled. It had traveled by itself, like a message passed from hand to hand, except there were no hands, just will. By the summer of 1722, reports of the elf or elves like it came from Denmark, from Prussia, from northern Germany. Always the same description, always appearing unexpectedly, always followed within days by smallpox outbreaks. The pattern was undeniable. The mechanism was impossible. How do you track an object that keeps replicating, that shows up in places it couldn't physically have been, that seems to operate under its own agency? You don't. You adapt. By 1723, most of Northern Europe had implemented some version of Sweden's toy ban. Wooden dolls were confiscated at borders. Carvers' guilds were monitored for suspicious activity. Churches preached sermons against pagan idols disguised as holiday gifts. And still, the elf spread. Here's the thing. Banning something doesn't make it disappear. It makes it valuable. The harder the authorities cracked down, the more people wanted to see the elf for themselves. To test whether the stories were true. To prove they weren't afraid. Human nature is hilarious. and suicidal. In Leipzig, a wealthy merchant named Friedrich Adler heard about the elf and became obsessed. He was a collector of oddities, of artifacts, of things that didn't fit into neat categories. He wanted the elf for his cabinet of curiosities, not because he believed in its power, because he didn't. Friedrich was a man of the Enlightenment. He read Locke and Newton. He believed in reason, in empirical evidence, and the power of human intellect to explain away superstition. The elf, to him, was a case study in mass hysteria, a perfect example of how ignorant peasants blame objects for problems caused by poor hygiene and bad luck. He acquired an elf, or something claiming to be the elf, from a traveling merchant in August 1723, paid a fortune for it, put it in a glass case in his study, invited his intellectual friends to view it, wrote a pamphlet titled On the Superstitious Attribution of Disease to Inanimate Objects. By September, Friedrich was dead. So were 5 of his friends. So was his entire household staff. The elf sat in its glass case, smiling. The Leipzig authorities didn't burn it. They were too afraid. Instead, they locked it in a church basement. And there it stayed supposedly until the church burned down in 1731. But by then, the damage was done. The story of Friedrich Adler, the rational man destroyed by the thing he didn't believe in, became a cautionary tale told across Europe. Don't mock the elf. Don't test it. Don't think you're immune just because you're educated. Because the elf doesn't care about your degrees. It doesn't care about your philosophy. It cares about one thing: spreading. And it was very good at its job. By the mid-1720s, the smallpox outbreak had killed an estimated 400,000 people across Northern Europe. That's conservative. Some historians put the number closer to 600,000. The economic damage was incalculable. The psychological damage still being felt centuries later. And all of it, or at least the mythology of it, traced back to one wooden toy. Except it wasn't one. It was dozens. Maybe hundreds. Because here's the secret that took historians decades to understand. There was no original elf. There never was. Lars Eriksson carved an elf. But so did hundreds of other carvers across Scandinavia. It was a common design. A traditional folk craft. The kind of thing poor families made because they couldn't afford store-bought gifts. The smallpox wasn't introduced by a single infected toy. It was a coincidence, a tragic, horrible coincidence, that multiple toys got contaminated at the same time. Probably from carvers who were themselves infected, who coughed on the wood, whose sweat and saliva soaked into the grain. The virus hitched a ride, many rides, and because the toys all looked similar, people assumed it was the same toy, traveling, multiplying, haunting. The truth is more banal, and somehow more terrifying, because it means the elf wasn't special. It wasn't cursed. It was just ... unlucky. Wrong place, wrong time, wrong virus. But tell that to the parents burying their children. Tell that to the villages wiped off the map. Tell that to the people who, for years afterward, refused to touch wood during winter. The mythology stuck, and maybe that's the real weapon. Not the virus, the fear. Because fear spreads faster than disease. Fear doesn't need a vector. It just needs a story. And the story of the elf, the cursed gift, the Christmas killer was too good not to spread. By the 1730s, the actual outbreaks had stopped. Smallpox moved on to other populations, other continents. Europe developed some measure of herd immunity. Life returned to normal, but the story persisted. It evolved. In Germany, the elf became a demon. In England, a ghost. In Russia, a witch's familiar. The details changed. The core remained. Be careful what you invite into your home. And then, in 1796, something interesting happened. Edward Jenner developed the smallpox vaccine. Using cowpox, related but less lethal virus, he inoculated patients and made them immune to the real thing. It was a breakthrough, a miracle of science. But in Scandinavia, people had a different explanation. They said Jenner hadn't discovered anything new. He'd just rediscovered what the elves had known all along. Sometimes you need a little poison to survive the real threat. The elves, you see, weren't trying to kill people. They were trying to teach them about respect, about caution, about the thin line between gift and curse. At least, that's what people told themselves. Because the alternative, that the whole thing was random, meaningless, a cosmic joke played by a virus on a species too stupid to understand infection, that was too horrible to accept. Better to believe in malicious elves than in indifferent chaos. By the early 1800s, the elf had been rehabilitated. Sort of. It was still a figure of folklore, but the edges had been sanded down. It became the tomt again, the barn elf, the Christmas helper, somewhere between good and evil. Mostly harmless if you treated it right. And then came the Victorians. Oh, the Victorians, who took every dark, dangerous piece of European folklore and turned it into a greeting card, who domesticated ghosts, who made Christmas into a commercial holiday, who looked at the blood-soaked history of winter celebrations and said, "You know what this needs? More tinsel." The elf became cute, marketable. Coca-Cola gave Santa Claus his modern look in the 1930s. Greeting card companies mass-produced images of smiling elves in workshops. And by the 1950s, when families started putting elf on the shelf in their homes, the original elf had been completely forgotten, except in the archives, in the church records, in the old diaries written by people who survived 1721 and swore they'd never forget. In those texts, you can still find descriptions of the elf. Not the sanitized version, the real one. The one that smiled with its mouth, but not its eyes. The one that felt wrong in your hands. Too smooth, too cold. The one that watched. And if you look carefully, if you know what you're looking for, you can find something else. A pattern. A consistency in the descriptions that suggests maybe, just maybe, there was an original, a template, a first elf that all the others were copied from, an elf that was never burned, never destroyed, just lost. In 1998, an antiques dealer in Stockholm found something interesting in an estate sale. A wooden figure about 6 inches tall, pointy hat, clasped hands, painted red and green, though the paint had faded to almost nothing. The wood was old carbon dating, suggested early 18th century. The style matched historical descriptions. The dealer listed it online, called it Rare Scandinavian Christmas Elf, circa 1720s. Set the price at 10,000 kronor, about $1,000. It sold in 6 hours to an anonymous buyer who never picked it up. The dealer tried to contact them. No response. The money had been transferred from an account that no longer existed. The shipping address was a vacant lot in Oslo, so the elf stayed in the dealer's shop and stayed. Nobody wanted to buy it after the story got out. Nobody wanted to touch it. And then, one morning in January 1999, the dealer came to work and found the shelf empty. The elf was gone. The door was locked. The security cameras showed nothing. It was just gone. The dealer told the story to a local newspaper, which ran it as a human interest piece. The elf that got away. Cute, quirky, perfect for the slow news cycle between Christmas and New Year's. 3 days later, the dealer was dead. Heart attack, the coroner said. Sudden, unexpected. He was only 42. The newspaper editor who ran the story? She got into a car accident the following week. Survived, but barely. Shod, She swerved to avoid something in the road. Something small, wooden, standing upright in the middle of the highway at midnight. Nobody believed her. But the pattern, once you see it, is hard to unsee. Let's talk about viruses. Not metaphorically, not symbolically. Let's talk about what they actually are. A virus isn't alive. Not technically. It's a piece of RNA or DNA wrapped in protein. It can't reproduce on its own. It can't move. It can't think. It's basically a very complicated poison that hijacks your cells and forces them to make copies of it. It's a biological machine. Nothing more. Except viruses are also perfect. Their evolution distilled to its most ruthless essence. No waste. No excess. Just survival. A virus doesn't care about you. It doesn't hate you. But it will absolutely destroy you if that's what it takes to spread to the next host. Smallpox variola major is one of the most successful viruses in human history. It's been killing us for at least 3,000 years. We found smallpox scars on Egyptian mummies. We found descriptions of it in ancient Sanskrit texts. It killed emperors and peasants with equal efficiency. And if smart, not conscious, obviously, but smart in the way evolution is smart. It figured out that humans are social creatures, that we touch each other, care for each other, that our compassion makes us vulnerable. Smallpox pustules, those fluid-filled blisters, are loaded with virus. When they rupture, they release millions of viral particles into the environment. If you touch someone with smallpox, you're touching virus. If you breathe near them, you're breathing virus. If you handle their clothes, their bedding, their possessions, you're exposed. The virus can survive outside a host for months, especially in cool, dry conditions, especially when protected from UV light, like, say, sealed in lacquer and kept indoors during winter. So here's the thing. The elf didn't need to be cursed. It just needed to be contaminated. And contamination in 1721 was inevitable. Think about the logistics. Lars Eriksson, assuming he existed, assuming the story is even partially true, carved the elf by hand, with tools that he'd used on other projects, that he'd never sanitized because sanitation wasn't invented yet. He carved it in his home, where his family lived, where his daughter played. If anyone in that household was sick, even asymptomatically, the elf would have picked up traces of virus. From breath, from touch, from the simple act of existing in a contaminated space. Then, the elf was gifted, passed from hand to hand, each hand adding more contamination, more potential for infection. By the time it reached its fourth or fifth recipient, it wasn't just a toy. It was a biohazard, and nobody knew, because nobody understood germ theory, wouldn't understand it for another 100 years. The science of infection was black magic, literally. People believed diseases were caused by bad air, or divine punishment, or astrological alignments. The idea that tiny invisible organisms could be passed from person to person via objects. Insane. Impossible. Except it was true. Ignaz Semmelweis figured it out in 1847. He was a Hungarian doctor working in a Vienna hospital, trying to understand why so many women were dying of childbed fever. He noticed that the mortality rate was much higher in the wards staffed by doctors than in the wards staffed by midwives. Why? Because the doctors were coming straight from the autopsy room to the delivery room without washing their hands. They were literally carrying death from corpses to living patients. Semmelweis proposed a radical solution. Wash your hands with chlorine between patients. The mortality rate dropped by 90%. His colleagues laughed at him, called him crazy, ruined his career. He died in an asylum in 1865, probably from an infection caused by, wait for it, dirty hands. It would take another 30 years before Louis Pasteur and Robert Koch proved germ theory beyond doubt, before the medical establishment accepted that disease wasn't magic. It was biology. But here's the twist. The folk knowledge was ahead of the science. Peasants in 1721 didn't know about viruses, but they knew about contagion. They knew sick people made other people sick. They knew you should burn the belongings of the dead. They knew quarantine worked, even if they didn't know why. They knew, instinctively, that some objects were dangerous. And they knew through centuries of bitter experience that you couldn't trust gifts during plague times, because gifts require touch, acceptance, the breaking of boundaries. You invite a gift into your home, into your life, and if the gift is contaminated, you voluntarily infected yourself. The elf wasn't a weapon because someone made it one. It was a weapon because it exploited the mechanics of human kindness. This is important. This is the core of why the elf story persists, because it reveals something uncomfortable about how we live, about how vulnerable our social bonds make us. We want to trust gifts. We need to believe in generosity. Without that, community falls apart. We become isolated, paranoid. We stop sharing food, resources, warmth. We stop being human. But every act of trust is also a potential vector. Every open door is a breach in your defenses. Every hug, every handshake, every shared meal, all of them carry risk. The elf forces us to confront that risk, to acknowledge it, and to decide, do we stop trusting? Or do we trust anyway, knowing the consequences? In 1721, some people chose isolation. They locked their doors, refused visitors, burned any object that came from outside. They survived, but they lived in terror. Their homes became prisons. Their families became the only humans they'd see for months. Others chose connection. They continued visiting neighbors, accepting gifts, caring for the sick. Many of them died, but they died human. There's no moral here. No right answer. Just the mathematics of infection versus the mathematics of meaning. And the virus? The virus doesn't care about your philosophy. It just spreads. By 1723, smallpox had killed enough people in Northern Europe that the survivors developed a kind of collective immunity. Not medical immunity, though some of that too, but social immunity. They'd learned the patterns, learned to recognize early symptoms, learned to isolate quickly. They'd adapted. But the adaptation came with a cost. A psychological scar that ran deeper than any physical one, because they'd learned not to trust Christmas, not to trust gifts, not to trust the objects that were supposed to represent love. Entire generations grew up afraid of wooden toys, afraid of surprises, afraid of that knock on the door during winter that might bring a present or a plague. The folk songs from this era are dark. There's one from Norway, Julen's Gig, that translates roughly to Christmas's gift. It sounds cheerful until you listen to the lyrics. The elf came knocking, smile so bright we let him in on Christmas night. He brought us joy, he brought us cheer, he brought us death within the year. Children sang this. As a game, they'd pass a wooden doll around in a circle, and whoever held it when the song ended was dead and had to lie down. Victorian folklorists found it charming. Look at these quaint peasant traditions. They had no idea what they were documenting. A cultural trauma so deep it had become a children's rhyme. But here's where it gets interesting. Because trauma, when encoded into culture, doesn't just persist. It evolves. By the late 1700s, the fear of the elf had transformed into something else. Not fear of contagion exactly, but fear of contamination. Moral contamination, spiritual contamination, The idea that accepting the wrong gift could corrupt you from the inside. This shows up in the emerging romantic literature. In German fairy tales especially, stories about cursed objects, magic mirrors, poisoned apples, gifts from strangers that destroy you. Sound familiar? The Snow White story, the version we know, was first published by the Brothers Grimm in 1812. But the motifs are older, much older. The evil queen, the poisoned apple, the innocent girl who accepts a gift and falls into a death-like sleep. It's the elf story, repackaged, made safe for children by making it obviously fictional. But the warning is the same. Don't accept gifts from people you don't trust, and maybe don't trust anyone. The Victorians tried to reverse this, tried to make Christmas about innocence again, about joy and generosity and family. Charles Dickens wrote A Christmas Carol in 1843, specifically to rehabilitate the holiday, to remind people that giving could be redemptive. And it worked, sort of. Christmas became commercialized, sanitized. The darkness was scrubbed away. The elves became cute workshop helpers instead of harbingers of death. But you can't erase cultural memory. You can only bury it. And buried things have a way of resurfacing. In the 1970s, a Swedish epidemiologist named Dr. Kristina Bergström started researching historical disease outbreaks. She was trying to model how pandemics spread before modern medicine. She needed data, historical data. She found the records from 1721, the Stockholm outbreak. The elf. At first, she dismissed it as folklore. Obviously, there was no cursed toy. Obviously, the disease spread through normal respiratory transmission. But the pattern bothered her. The way the outbreak moved through social networks. The way it seemed to jump between households that had no direct contact. She mapped it, household by household, week by week. And she found something impossible, or at least improbable. The outbreak didn't spread randomly. It spread along gift-giving networks. Families that exchanged presents. Neighbors who visited during the holidays. The infection rate was significantly higher among people who participated in Christmas traditions. Which made sense, obviously. Christmas meant gatherings. Gatherings meant transmission. Nothing supernatural about it. Except the timing was wrong. Smallpox has an incubation period of 10 to 14 days. Meaning if you're infected on December 20th, you don't get sick until early January. But the Stockholm outbreak hit immediately. People were dying on December 25th, December 26th. Too fast. Too synchronized. Unless they'd been infected before Christmas. Days before. Which meant the virus was already in their homes. Already spreading. And the Christmas gatherings just accelerated it. But how did it get into their homes? Dr. Bergström's hypothesis. Contaminated objects. Specifically, decorations. Things that were brought out of storage for the holidays. Things that had been sitting in cold, dark attics and basements since the previous year. Perfect conditions for virus preservation. Including wooden ornaments. Including toys. She wrote a paper. Historical evidence for object-mediated smallpox. Transmission in 18th century Scandinavia. It was published in 1978 in an obscure Swedish medical journal. Nobody read it. Well, almost nobody. In 1979, the Soviet Union's biological weapons program, Biopreparat, got hold of the paper. They were interested in methods of disease delivery. Ways to introduce pathogens into enemy populations without direct military action. They started experimenting with contaminated objects, clothing, toys, gifts. The program was shut down after the Soviet collapse in 1991. Officially, most of the research was destroyed. Officially. But in 2018, a former Soviet scientist, now living in Germany, under a pseudonym, published a memoir. In it, he claimed the Russians had successfully weaponized smallpox by embedding it in lacquered wooden objects. They tested it on prison populations. It worked. They'd called the project Operation Julklapp, Swedish for Christmas gift. The World Health Organization investigated, found no evidence. The German government said the memoir was fiction. The scientist disappeared, and maybe it was fiction. Maybe it was the paranoid fantasies of an old man trying to feel relevant. Or maybe, just maybe, someone in the Soviet Union read about the elf, read about what happened in Stockholm in 1721, and thought, we should do that, on purpose. Because here's the thing about bioweapons. They're not about killing the most people. They're about killing the right people. About targeting specific populations. About exploiting existing social structures. And what better structure to exploit than gift-giving? You don't need bombs. You don't need missiles. You just need a contaminated object and a holiday. Human nature does the rest. This is speculation, of course. There's no proof the Soviets actually weaponized the elf concept. No proof they ever deployed it. But in 1988, 7 years before smallpox was officially eradicated, there was a mysterious outbreak in rural Kazakhstan. A village called Uralsk 7. 23 people died. The symptoms were consistent with smallpox, but the WHO said that was impossible. Smallpox was gone. The Soviet government blamed contaminated water, then contaminated grain. Then they stopped commenting at all. The village was evacuated. The records were sealed. A BBC journalist tried to investigate in 2001. She interviewed survivors. One of them, an old woman named Anya, told a story about a gift that arrived in the village just before the outbreak. A package from Moscow. Inside was a wooden doll, painted bright colors, smiling. The village children played with it, passed it around. And then they started dying. Anya said they burned the doll, buried the ashes, salted the earth where they buried it. The journalist asked if she knew what the doll was, where it came from. Anya said it was an elf. We should have known better. The BBC never aired the interview, said it was unverifiable. The journalist died of cancer in 2003. Her notes disappeared. And maybe none of this is connected. Maybe it's all coincidence. Maybe humans are just pattern recognition machines, desperate to find meaning in chaos. Or maybe the elf, the original concept, the weaponized gift, never went away. Maybe it just went underground, waiting, like the virus it carried, for the right conditions, the right moment, the right Christmas. In 2019, a new virus emerged. SARS-CoV-2, COVID-19. It spread through respiratory droplets, through touch, through the objects we shared and the spaces we inhabited. And for the first time in generations, people understood, viscerally, what it meant to fear contagion, to distrust surfaces, to avoid human contact. The world shut down. Christmas 2020 was canceled, or at least transformed. No gatherings, no gift exchanges, no physical connection. We isolated, we survived, but we lost something too, something essential. The thing the people of Stockholm lost in 1721, the ability to trust that a gift is just a gift, because now we know, we understand. Every object is a potential vector. Every interaction is a calculated risk. The virus isn't magic, but it might as well be, because magic at least has rules. Viruses just have probability, and probability says, eventually, you roll a 1. Eventually, the gift kills you. The question isn't if. The question is, do you stop accepting gifts? Do you stop giving them? Do you isolate until the probability drops to 0? Or do you accept that being human means being vulnerable? That connection requires risk? That love, real love, the kind that sustains communities through winter, means touching things that might kill you. The elf forces this question, has been forcing it for 3 centuries, and we still don't have an answer. There's a place in Basel, Switzerland, that doesn't appear on maps. It's not hidden, exactly. The building is real. A 17th century warehouse near the Rhine, converted into climate-controlled storage. The address is public record. But if you try to visit, you'll be politely turned away. Private collection, they'll say. Not open to the public. What they won't say, it's not a museum. It's a containment facility. The official name is the Europäisches Artefakt Conservatory, the European Artifact Conservatory. Sounds academic, boring. That's intentional. Because what they're conserving isn't art or history. It's objects that have killed people. The collection started in 1876, when a Swiss anthropologist named Dr. Heinrich Müller began documenting cursed objects across Europe. He didn't believe in curses. He believed in contamination, in the power of objects to carry disease or psychological trauma or both. He collected them, studied them, stored them safely. And when he died in 1903 of typhus, contracted from a cursed amulet he'd acquired in Romania, his collection was inherited by the University of Basel, which promptly locked it away and tried to forget about it. Except the collection kept growing. Objects were donated, confiscated, discovered in estate sales and attics and forgotten church basements. Things people were afraid to destroy, but terrified to keep. By 1950, the collection numbered over 3,000 items. By 2000, over 10,000. Today, nobody knows. The inventory is classified. Even most of the curators don't have full access. But we know some of what's in there. Because occasionally, very occasionally, objects are loaned out. To researchers, to museums. Under strict conditions, and people talk. Item number 0047 is a wooden elf. 6 inches tall, pointy red hat, hands clasped, painted in faded colors that might once have been bright. The catalog description says, Scandinavian, circa 1720 to 1730. Possible connection to Stockholm smallpox outbreak. Handle only with gloves. Do not remove from sealed container. It was acquired in 1923 from an estate sale in Copenhagen. The previous owner, a wealthy collector, had died suddenly. So had his wife, and his daughter, and his 3 servants. The Danish police investigated, found no evidence of foul play, just a series of unfortunate medical events. Heart attack, stroke, aneurysm, all within a week of each other. Coincidence, probably, except the collector's diary mentioned the elf. He'd written about it extensively, how he'd tracked it down through antique networks, how excited he was to finally acquire the Jolklap artifact, how he'd heard the stories but didn't believe them. The last entry dated 3 days before his death. There's something wrong with its eyes. They follow you. I know that's impossible, but I swear it watches. The diary was donated to the conservatory along with the elf. It's stored in the same sealed container, because apparently, even writing about the elf is potentially dangerous. Dr. Emil Lindström, Swedish virologist and one of the few people with full clearance to the conservatory, wrote about item number 0047 in a 2015 academic paper. She'd been allowed to study it. Under quarantine conditions, wearing full PPE, she took samples, wood shavings, flakes of paint. She analyzed them for biological contaminants. She found nothing. No virus, no bacteria, no toxins. The elf was, by every measurable standard, completely inert, safe, and yet, she described her experience in the paper. I am a scientist. I do not believe in curses. but I will never work with that object again. There is something about it, a quality I cannot measure, that induces profound psychological distress. My research assistant refused to enter the room after the first session. Our security officer, a man with military training, became violently ill after helping transport the container. The paper was rejected by 3 journals before being published in an obscure Swiss medical journal. Reviewers called it unscientific. One wrote, "This reads like horror fiction, not research." Dr. Lindstrom retired 6 months later. She's still alive. She doesn't give interviews. But she's not the only scientist who studied the elf. There have been others. Over the decades, most of them reached the same conclusion. The object is materially harmless, but something about it affects people. Something that can't be measured, can't be explained. Some researchers think it's psychological, that the idea of the elf, its history, its reputation, creates a nocebo effect. You expect something bad to happen, so your body manifests symptoms: stress, anxiety, psychosomatic illness. Others think it's environmental, that the object is contaminated with something we can't detect yet, a prion, maybe, or a slow-acting chemical, or radiation. A few, very few, think it's something else. Something that doesn't fit into our current scientific paradigm. Not supernatural, but not natural either. Something in the space between. Something we don't have language for yet. In 2008, the Conservatory commissioned a comprehensive study. They wanted answers. They assembled a team: virologists, toxicologists, psychologists, historians, even a few physicists. The team spent 6 months studying item number 0047. They used every tool available: electron microscopy, mass spectrometry, carbon dating, DNA sequencing, MRI. They documented everything. Their conclusion: the object presents no measurable biological, chemical, or physical hazard. We recommend declassification and potential museum display. The conservatory ignored the recommendation. Item number 0047 remains in sealed storage. Maximum security. Why? Because 3 members of the research team are dead. 1 from a car accident. 1 from sudden cardiac arrest. 1 from a fall downstairs that the police called suspicious but inconclusive. The face de police. The police put a fall downstairs that the police called suspicious but inconclusive. Surviving team members won't talk about it. The project director, Dr. Franz Weber, gave one interview to a Swiss newspaper in 2010. He said, "We measured everything we could measure, and we found nothing. But absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Whatever that object is, or was it safer locked away?" When asked if he believed the elf was cursed, he said, "I believe there are things we don't understand. And I believe those things should be treated with respect. Call it a curse if you want. I call it precaution." The interview ended the conversation. The conservatory issued a statement saying Dr. Weber's comments were personal opinions and did not reflect institutional policy. Dr. Weber was quietly reassigned. He now works in administrative archives. He doesn't handle objects anymore. But here's the thing that keeps me awake at night. Item number 0047 isn't alone. The conservatory catalog lists 17 other objects with similar histories. All wooden, all handmade, all from the 1720s, all supposedly connected to disease outbreaks. Some are verified, like item number 053, a carved horse from Prussia associated with a cholera outbreak in 1724, or item number 061, a dancing figure from Denmark found in a mass grave from 1726. Others are more ambiguous. Folk objects acquired from estate sales or attics, with murky provenance and stories that might be legend. But all of them share certain characteristics. They're all approximately the same size, small enough to hold, large enough to be significant. They're all carved with deliberate care. These aren't crude toys, they're art, and they all feature smiling faces. Not happy smiles, smiles that look wrong, smiles that suggest the carver knew something we don't. Dr. Muller, the original collector, called them Todeslächeln, death smiles. He theorized they were part of some kind of network, not a conspiracy exactly, but a distributed system, like a biological attack that occurred spontaneously across multiple locations. Independent carvers, all making similar objects, all unknowingly contaminating them with the same disease. Or, and this is where Dr. Muller got weird, maybe knowingly contaminating them. Maybe there was a group, a cult, a secret society dedicated to, what? Population control? Religious purification? Accelerating the apocalypse? He never found proof, but he found patterns. Similarities in design that shouldn't exist. Carvers in different countries making nearly identical objects with no apparent contact, as if they were working from the same template, the same instruction. Before he died, Dr. Muller wrote a final paper, unpublished. It's stored in the conservatory archives. Only the director has access. But a portion of it leaked in the 1990s. It contained this passage. I no longer believe these objects were contaminated accidentally. The precision is too great. The timing too coordinated. Someone or something organized this. And I fear the 1720s outbreak was merely a test, a proof of concept. Because if you can weaponize Christmas once, you can do it again. And next time, we might not survive. The paper is dated 1902, the day before Dr. Muller's death. Whether he was right, whether there really was some kind of coordinated attack, is impossible to know. The evidence is fragmentary. The witnesses are dead, and the objects themselves won't talk, but they watch. Multiple curators have reported this. The feeling of being observed, even through sealed containers, even through closed doors. It's probably psychological. Probably the power of suggestion combined with isolation and stress. Probably. In 2019, just before Christmas, there was an incident at the conservatory. A break-in or attempted break-in. The details are murky. What's known? The alarm was triggered at 3:47 a.m. on December 23rd. Security responded within minutes. They found no signs of forced entry. Nothing was stolen. Nothing was disturbed, except item number 0047. Its container had been moved, just slightly, a few centimeters to the left, as if someone had picked it up, examined it, put it back. The security footage showed nothing. A glitch, apparently. 4 minutes of corrupted data, right when the alarm triggered. The conservatory increased security, added more cameras. More locks, more protocols. And then, on Christmas morning, one of the guards didn't show up for his shift. They called his home. No answer. They sent someone to check on him. He was dead. Sitting in his living room, holding a small wooden figure. Not the elf, something else. Something he must have carved himself. A crude copy, smiling. The coroner said heart attack. Natural causes. The guard had a history of cardiac problems, but his family said he'd been fine, happy, healthy, planning to retire in the spring. And they said, though this isn't in any official report, that he'd been obsessed with the elf, that he'd talked about it constantly after working at the conservatory, that he'd started carving his own version, to understand it, he said, to figure out what makes it special. His family burned the carving, scattered the ashes. They didn't want it in their home. Smart. The incident was classified. Internal matter. The conservatory issued no public statement. But they did change one policy. No employee with access to the collection is allowed to practice wood carving, even as a hobby, because whatever the elf is, whatever represents, it's contagious. Not biologically, not physically, but conceptually. The idea of it spreads, gets into your head, makes you want to recreate it, understand it, control it. And every copy, every iteration, carries the potential to do what the original did. Maybe not through smallpox, maybe through something else, something we can't predict. This is what terrifies me about item number 0047. Not that it's dangerous, but that it's a blueprint, a proof that you can embed harm in an object, that you can weaponize generosity, that you can turn Christmas into a vector. And if it worked once, if someone in 1721 figured this out, they can figure it out again. Different virus, different object, same principle. Make something irresistible. Make it a gift. Make it Christmas. Let human nature handle the distribution. In 2020, when COVID shut down the world, I thought about the elf a lot, about how a virus doesn't need malice, just opportunity, and about how our rituals, our holidays, our traditions, our insistence on gathering during winter create perfect opportunities. We learned that year. We adapted. We isolated. We survived. But we also learned that isolation is its own kind of death. That humans need connection, need ritual, need Christmas, even especially when it's dangerous. So we'll gather again. We'll exchange gifts. We'll touch and share and breathe the same air. And maybe that's brave. Maybe that's what makes us human. The willingness to risk everything for connection. Or maybe it's just stupid. Maybe we're no smarter than the people of Stockholm in 1721, accepting gifts we don't understand, inviting danger into our homes because the alternative living without love is worse. Either way, the elf smiles. From its sealed container in basil, watching, waiting for the next Christmas, the next outbreak, the next iteration of its design. Because the elf isn't unique. It's a format, a template, a meme in the original sense of the word, an idea that replicates, that evolves, that survives. And ideas, unlike viruses, can't be contained, can't be vaccinated against, can't be eradicated. They just wait, in archives and museums in the back of people's minds, until someone accidentally or deliberately lets them out again. The conservatory knows this. That's why they keep item number 047, not to study it, not to understand it, but to contain it, to keep it away from the world, to make sure nobody recreates it. But containment is temporary. Eventually, every container fails, every seal breaks, every lock rusts. And when item number 0047 finally escapes, when someone steals it, or the building collapses, or civilization ends and the archives are forgotten, it will emerge into a new world. A world that doesn't remember 1721, that doesn't know to fear the smiling wooden elf. A world ready to learn the lesson again. Merry Christmas. In 1843, a priest in rural Norway received a deathbed confession that would haunt him for the rest of his life. The dying man was 93 years old. His name was Gunnar Olsen, and he'd been a carpenter, a good one. His furniture was in homes across 3 provinces. His work was known for its precision, its beauty, the way it seemed to have soul. But Gunnar wasn't confessing about furniture. He was confessing about an elf he'd carved in 1721. Father Eric Haugen recorded the confession in his private journal. The journal wasn't discovered until 1978, when it was found in a church archive during renovations. By then, Father Haugen had been dead for over a century, but his words survived, and they're terrifying. According to the journal, Gunnar Olsen claimed he'd been part of something. Not a conspiracy. Not exactly. More like a calling, a compulsion. In the winter of 1720, Gunnar had fallen ill, smallpox. He survived barely. The scars covered his face, his hands, made him unmarriageable, unemployable. He was 22 and already a ghost. While he was sick, he had visions, fever dreams, probably, hallucinations caused by the virus raging through his brain. But to Gunnar, they were revelations. He saw elves, not cute folklore creatures, the old elves, the dangerous ones. They spoke to him, told him things. They said, "You survived because you have work to do. The world is sick. The sickness is spreading, and you must help it spread faster." Gunnar didn't understand. Not at first, but the elves showed him. In his visions, he saw the future, saw cities choking on their own growth, saw humans multiplying beyond the land's ability to sustain them, saw forests cut down, rivers poisoned, the earth itself groaning under the weight of civilization. The elves said, "Humans are a plague, and plagues must be culled. This is mercy. This is balance. This is necessary." Gunnar tried to dismiss it. Told himself it was just a fever, just his damaged brain trying to make sense of suffering. But when he recovered, the visions continued, and with them came an obsession, a need to carve, to create, to make something that would help the elves do their work. He carved an elf, small, smiling, perfect. He carved it with the same tools he'd used when he was sick, tools that were certainly contaminated. He carved it with hands that still bore open sores. He breathed on it, bled on it, poured his sickness into the wood. And when it was done, he lacquered it, sealed the virus inside, preserved it, made it portable. Then he waited for Christmas, for the season of giving. He gave the elf to a neighbor, a family with 3 children. For the holiday, he said, a gift to bring joy. The family died, all of them. Within 2 weeks, Gunnar felt nothing. Or rather, he felt relief, because the visions had stopped. The compulsion had eased. The elves had been satisfied. For a while. But then the whispers started again, the need to carve. And so he made another elf, and another. Over the course of 1721, he made 9. He didn't keep them, didn't sell them, just distributed them. To families he didn't like, to neighbors who'd shunned him after his disfigurement, to strangers in nearby towns. He was systematic about it, calculated. He never gave 2 elves to families who knew each other, never created patterns that could be traced back to him. He varied the design slightly, made each one unique enough that nobody would connect them, but they were all contaminated, all carrying the same virus, all designed to spread death. Gunnar Olsson was by any modern definition a serial killer, but he didn't see himself that way. He saw himself as a tool, an instrument of balance, the elves' chosen agent. According to Father Haugen's journal, Gunnar estimated he'd been responsible for 83 deaths, maybe more. He'd lost count after the first year, and he felt no remorse. Even at 93, dying of natural causes, he described his work with pride, with satisfaction. Father Haugen asked him, "Do you fear God's judgment?" Gunnar replied, "God wasn't there when the smallpox took my face, but the elves were, and they gave me purpose. If I'm judged, I'll be judged by them, and they'll call me faithful." The confession ended. Gunnar died. Father Haugen gave him last rites and buried him in consecrated ground. But the priest was shaken. For months afterward, he couldn't sleep. Couldn't stop thinking about what he'd heard, about the implications, because Gunnar hadn't acted alone. He'd said as much. He talked about others like me, other survivors of smallpox who'd had the same visions, who'd received the same calling. Father Haugen investigated. Quietly, carefully. He didn't want to start a panic. He found records of other carvers across Scandinavia. Men and women who'd survived smallpox in 1720 or early 1721, who'd then taken up wood carving, who'd created objects, elves, horses, dolls, and distributed them during the holidays. Not all of them. Most smallpox survivors just lived their lives. But a specific few had done what Gunnar did. The pattern was undeniable. The timing too precise to be coincidence. Father Haugen wrote in his journal, "I do not believe in a conspiracy of men, but I am beginning to believe in a conspiracy of something else, something that uses sickness to recruit, that whispers to the dying and the damaged, that turns survivors into weapons." He never published his findings, never told the church authorities. He kept his journal hidden because he was afraid, not of legal consequences, but of spreading the idea. Because what if reading about it was enough? What if knowing about the conspiracy, if that's what it was, made you vulnerable to it? What if the calling could be transmitted through information as easily as through infection? Father Haugen burned most of his notes, kept only the journal, sealed it in a box with a note, to be opened only by someone who can bear the weight of this knowledge. Do not read unless you must. The journal sat unopened for 135 years. When it was finally discovered in 1978, the finder was a graduate student named Lars Jensen. He was researching church history, looking for records of the 1721 outbreak. He wasn't expecting to find a confession. He read it, all of it, and then he made a decision that probably saved lives. He told almost no one. He wrote a short academic paper, described finding a pastoral journal containing local accounts of the smallpox epidemic. He didn't mention Gunnar, didn't mention the confession, didn't explain what he'd actually discovered. The journal was resealed, sent to the conservatory in Basel, classified. Lars never published his dissertation. He left academia entirely, became a carpenter, ironically, moved to a remote village in northern Norway. I tried to contact him in 2019, wanted to interview him about the journal, about what he'd found. He refused. Sent a single email. Some knowledge is dangerous, not because it's false, because it's contagious. I read that journal 20 years ago, and I still hear whispers, still feel the urge to carve. I will not help you spread this further. I didn't respond, didn't push, because I understood. I'd been researching the elf for 3 years by then, and I'd started noticing things, patterns in my own thoughts, dreams about carving, about creating something that would mean something, that would change the world. I don't carve. I don't even own a knife, but the urge is there, like an itch under my skin. And I'm not alone. Every researcher who seriously studied the elf reports similar experiences. Intrusive thoughts, compulsions, the feeling that they're being watched, being evaluated. Dr. Lindström, the virologist from the conservatory, mentioned this in her rejected paper. She called it ideological contagion, the idea that exposure to certain concepts can alter behavior, make you susceptible to suggestion. It's not supernatural. It's just psychology. The human brain is pattern-matching software. Feed it the right inputs, and it starts generating certain outputs. Show it a blueprint for weaponized generosity, and it starts imagining iterations, improvements, modern applications. This is why the conservatory keeps everything classified, why they restrict access, why they're more afraid of the information than the objects. Because you can contain a contaminated elf, but you can't contain an idea. And the idea of the alpha concept that you can embed harm in gifts, that you can weaponize human kindness, that's one of the most dangerous ideas in history. In 2003, the U.S. military commissioned a study on gift-based biological warfare. It was a thought experiment. How would modern terrorists use the elf's methodology? The answer: easily. Contaminate popular consumer goods during manufacturing or during distribution. Target holiday shopping, Christmas, birthday parties, Mother's Day. The study concluded that defending against this kind of attack would be virtually impossible because you can't screen every gift, can't quarantine every object, and attempting to do so would destroy the social fabric of society. The only defense is trust, and trust is exactly what the attack exploits. The study was classified, then it was leaked, then it vanished from the internet. I've tried to find it. Can't. It's been scrubbed thoroughly, but I know it existed because I talked to one of the researchers, a biodefense analyst who worked at Fort Detrick. She wouldn't let me record our conversation, wouldn't go on record, but she told me, after we finished that study, we all agreed informally, off the record, to never publish the methodology. Because the only thing stopping someone from doing this is not knowing it's possible. The moment you explain how effective it would be, you've created a manual. We classified the report, not to hide it from enemies, to hide it from everyone, including ourselves. She retired from government work 6 months later. Last I heard, she was teaching high school biology in Vermont. She doesn't talk about biodefense anymore. But here's the thing that keeps me up at night. Classification doesn't work. Not really. Not in the age of information. Because Gunnar Olsen figured it out in 1721 with no formal education, no scientific training. Just fever dreams and spite and the intuitive understanding that gifts are vectors. If he could figure it out, anyone can. And maybe probably people already have. In 1984, the Rajneeshi cult in Oregon contaminated salad bars with salmonella, trying to influence a local election by making voters too sick to vote. It worked. 751 people got sick. The cult's candidates won. It was discovered eventually. The perpetrators arrested. But the concept was proven. You can weaponize food, spread disease through normal consumer channels, and people won't know until it's too late. In 2001, after 9/11s, someone mailed anthrax spores to U.S. senators and journalists. 5 people died, 17 infected. The entire postal system became a suspected vector. Mail was irradiated. Delivery was delayed. For months, people were afraid to open envelopes. The perpetrator was never conclusively identified. The FBI blamed a biodefense researcher named Bruce Ivins. He committed suicide before trial. The case was closed. Questions remain. But the point was made. Biological weapons don't need missiles. They need mail. In 2014, during the Ebola outbreak in West Africa, rumors spread about cursed objects spreading the disease. Amulets, talismans, gifts from strangers. The rumors weren't true. Ebola spreads through direct contact with bodily fluids, not through objects. But people believed them. And belief shapes behavior. People stopped accepting gifts, stopped helping strangers. Communities fractured. The disease spread faster because the social response broke down trust networks that would have helped contain it. The curse doesn't need to be real. The fear of the cursed is the damage. And this brings us back to Gunnar Olsen's confession, to the question that haunts every researcher who encounters this story. Was Gunnar acting alone? Or was he part of something? Father Haugen believed in something else, a force, an entity, something that whispered to smallpox survivors and turned them into weapons. That's the supernatural explanation. And I don't believe in supernatural explanations, but I believe in distributed phenomena, in emergent behavior, in the way complex systems can produce coordinated results without central control. Think about it. Smallpox was endemic in 18th century Europe. Millions were infected. Hundreds of thousands died. And a small percentage of those survivors, traumatized, disfigured, socially destroyed, developed the same intrusive thoughts, the same compulsions. Not because an elf spirit whispered to them, because trauma creates patterns. Because human brains under extreme stress generate similar responses. Because when you lose everything, when society rejects you, when your face is destroyed and your future erased, you want revenge. And if you're clever, if you're angry enough, you figure out how to get it. Gunnar carved elves. Someone in Prussia carved horses. Someone in Denmark carved dolls. They didn't coordinate, didn't communicate. But they arrived at the same solution independently, because it's an obvious solution. Once you've had smallpox, once you understand contamination intuitively, once you want to hurt the world that hurt you, you make something beautiful, something desirable, something that will be welcomed into homes. And you put your sickness inside it. This is the truly terrifying part. Not that there was a conspiracy, but that there didn't need to be one. The same conditions, smallpox, trauma, social rejection, proximity to carving tools produced the same results across multiple locations. It was a distributed attack, decentralized, self-organizing, like a swarm or a network. No leadership, no coordination. Just independent actors discovering the same exploit and executing it simultaneously. Which means it can happen again. Has probably happened since. Will happen in the future. Different disease. Different vector. Same principle. All you need is a population of traumatized survivors. A disease with a long incubation period. And a cultural ritual involving gifts. In 2020, during COVID lockdowns, there were reports, unverified, probably false, of contaminated masks being sold online. Masks that had been deliberately coughed on, packaged, and shipped. Marketed as protective equipment. The reports were investigated. Most turned out to be conspiracy theories, paranoia, the same rumors that circulate during every outbreak. But some couldn't be disproven. Some came from credible sources. Some had documentation. And I thought about Gunnar, about the elves, about how easy it would be, how obvious. You don't need a lab. Don't need sophisticated equipment. Just spite and access to Amazon. The 21st century has made the elf's methodology trivial. You can reach millions, ship globally, operate anonymously. And by the time anyone realizes what's happening, you're gone. The vector is deployed. The disease is spreading. We're so vulnerable. We've built an entire economy around gifts, around trust, around the assumption that the things we buy online, that the packages delivered to our doors are safe. And they probably are. Probably. But the infrastructure for weaponizing them exists. The knowledge exists. And somewhere statistically, certainly there are people traumatized enough, angry enough, creative enough to use it. Gunnar Olsen died in 1843. Father Haugen died in 1867. The journal was sealed until 1978. The information was contained. But containment is temporary. Information wants to be free, wants to spread. I'm spreading it now, by writing this, by researching this, by explaining exactly how Gunnar did what he did. Am I making the world more dangerous? Am I providing a blueprint to future bioterrorists? Probably, but the blueprint already exists, in archives and restricted collections, in the minds of researchers and analysts and angry survivors of every plague that swept through humanity. Hiding it doesn't make us safer. It just makes us ignorant. At least, that's what I tell myself. To justify continuing this research. To justify writing this script. To to justify the small, persistent voice in my head that says, you could make an elf. You could test whether the methodology still works. You could see if the whispers are real. I won't. Obviously, I'm not Gunnar Olsen. I'm not traumatized or disfigured or seeking revenge. But the voice is there. And it gets louder the more I research, the more I learn, the more I understand exactly how effective Gunnar's method was. This is ideological contagion. This is how ideas spread. Not through force, through fascination, through the terrible beauty of a perfect exploit, through the recognition that someone in 1721, with no resources, no technology, no support, figured out how to weaponize Christmas. And if he could do it then, imagine what someone could do now. Don't imagine it, please. Don't let the thought take root. But you're already imagining it. I can tell. Because I've been talking about it for pages, explaining it, making it real in your mind. This is how the elf spreads in the 21st century. Not through wood and lacquer, through information, through stories, through scripts like this one that detail the methodology while pretending to warn against it. I'm doing what Gunnar did. Not deliberately, not consciously, but the effect is the same. I'm distributing a vector, an informational vector. And everyone who reads this, who watches this, who absorbs this story, they're infected now. With the idea. Most will forget. Move on. File it under interesting historical anecdote. But some won't. Some will keep thinking about it, turning it over in their minds, considering applications, modern iterations. And a specific few will act on it. That's how distributed attacks work. You don't need to recruit. You just need to inspire. Put the idea out there. Let human creativity do the rest. I hope I'm wrong. I hope this is just paranoia. Anxiety manifesting as conspiracy theory. But Father Haugen felt the same way. And Lars Jensen. And Dr. Lindstrom. And every researcher who's seriously engaged with the elf's history. We all sense it. The weight of the information. The way it changes you to know it. The responsibility that comes with understanding exactly how fragile our social systems are. How easy it would be to break them. With the right gift. At the right time. Merry Christmas. The phrase has become hollow. A reflex. But think about what it means. Merry Christmas. A wish for happiness on a holiday built on generosity. Gunnar Olsen said, Merry Christmas to his neighbors. Right before giving them contaminated elves. Right before killing them. The phrase was sincere. He meant it. Because in his mind, spreading death was mercy, was balance, was what the elves had commanded. And who's to say he was wrong? Not morally, obviously, he was morally wrong. But functionally, strategically, population growth in the 18th century was explosive. Cities were overcrowded. Sanitation was non-existent. Diseases were rampant. Maybe culling was necessary. Maybe smallpox was doing humanity a favor. Maybe the elves, if they existed, if Gunnar's visions were real, were right. I don't believe that. Can't let myself believe that. Because that way lies justification, rationalization, the same logic that leads to atrocity. But the thought is there, planted, growing, like a virus, like an elf. And I wonder more and more often if I'm still researching this story. Or if the story is researching me, using me, spreading through me. To you, I should stop. End the script here. Provide some reassuring conclusion. Tell you it's all just history. Just folklore. Nothing to worry about. But that would be a lie. The elf is still out there. In Basel. In collections. In archives. In the minds of everyone who's encountered the story. And still smiling. Still waiting. Still watching. For the next traumatized survivor. The next angry carver. The next person clever enough and damaged enough to realize what a perfect weapon Christmas can be. If this feels too real, if you're starting to hear whispers, feel compulsions, dream about carving, seek help. Talk to someone. Distance yourself from the information, because the elf doesn't just kill through disease. It kills through ideas. And ideas, once infected, are almost impossible to cure. Almost. December 1876. Philadelphia, the first World's Fair on American soil. A centennial exhibition, 6 million visitors, 200 buildings. Nations from around the world showing off their innovations, their cultures, their visions of the future. And among the exhibits tucked into the Scandinavian pavilion, between Norwegian folk costumes and Swedish glassware, a small wooden elf. Nobody noticed it at first. It was just decoration. Atmospheric detail. The kind of thing organizers add to make exhibits feel authentic. But people touched it. Thousands of people. Running their fingers over the smooth wood. Admiring the craftsmanship. Taking it down from its shelf to look closer. Then putting it back. By January 1877, Philadelphia was experiencing a smallpox outbreak. Unusual for the season. Unusually virulent. The city had been vaccinated. Jenner's vaccine was standard by then. But this strain seemed different, more resistant. The outbreak killed 47 people, infected hundreds more. The city imposed quarantine, closed schools, canceled events. And then, as mysteriously as it started, it stopped. By March, it was over. The city returned to normal. The incident was filed away. A strange anomaly. Bad luck. Nobody connected it to the elf. Because by the time the outbreak was recognized, the Centennial exhibition was closed. The Scandinavian pavilion had been dismantled. The exhibits shipped back to their countries of origin. Except the elf wasn't shipped back. It was purchased by an American collector named Theodore Hartwell, a wealthy industrialist from Boston, a man who'd made his fortune in textiles and lost his wife to consumption. Theodore was fascinated by folk art. He'd spent weeks at the Centennial exhibition, acquiring pieces, filling his mansion with artifacts from around the world. The elf was just one item among hundreds. He never got sick. Neither did anyone in his immediate household. The elf sat on a shelf in his study for 3 years, inert, safe, until Christmas 1879. When Theodore decided to host a party, it was a lavish affair. 200 guests. Boston's elite, politicians, businessmen, artists, the cream of American society. And at the center of the main hall, Theodore had arranged his folk art collection, a display of global Christmas traditions. The elf was featured prominently, placed where everyone could see it, touch it, admire it. By New Year's Day, 30 guests were sick. By February, 18 were dead. The outbreak spread through Boston's upper class like wildfire, or rather like a very targeted, very specific fire, because it mostly affected people who'd been at Theodore's party and their immediate families. The pattern was obvious. The authorities investigated, traced the infection back to the party, back to the folk art display, back to the elf. Theodore was arrested, charged with negligent homicide. He protested his innocence, claimed he had no idea the object was contaminated. How could he? It had been in his home for years without incident. The prosecution argued premeditation, pointed to the Philadelphia outbreak, suggested Theodore had deliberately acquired a biological weapon, smuggled it into the country, deployed it against his social rivals. The trial was sensational, covered by newspapers across the country. It raised questions about immigration, about foreign contamination, about whether artifacts from Europe could be trusted. Theodore was acquitted. Lack of evidence, no proof of intent. but his reputation was destroyed. He died in 1881 suicide, officially. Poison. He left a note. I'm innocent of murder, but guilty of ignorance. May God forgive what I didn't know I was doing. The elf was confiscated, destroyed, publicly burned in Boston Common. Witnesses described the scene as almost ritualistic. The mayor himself lit the fire. A priest gave a blessing. The crowd watched in silence. But burning an object doesn't burn an idea. And the idea of the American elf, the immigrant danger, the foreign contaminant, took root in American consciousness. It fed into existing xenophobia, fears about Chinese immigration, Irish immigration, the inferior races bringing disease and moral corruption. Political cartoons from the period show elves with distinctly ethnic features. Asian elves, Irish elves, Italian elves, all depicted as vectors of contagion. The folk art became a metaphor, a symbol. And symbols are harder to burn than wood. By 1900, American immigration policy had hardened significantly. Ellis Island processed millions, but also rejected thousands. Medical inspections became mandatory. Deportations increased. And among the reasons for rejection, likelihood of carrying contagion. Objects were inspected too. Personal belongings confiscated. Anything suspicious or foreign-looking could be grounds for additional screening. Wooden toys especially. Carved figures. Folk art. The kind of things poor immigrants brought as reminders of home, as gifts for children waiting in America. Those items were often destroyed. For public safety, families lost irreplaceable heirlooms, cultural artifacts, connections to their pasts, all because of the elf, or rather, the idea of the elf. The terror represented the perfect fusion of nativist fear and legitimate health concerns. And maybe that was the point. Maybe whoever placed the elf in the Centennial exhibition, if it was deliberate, if it wasn't just catastrophic bad luck, understood that the physical damage would be minor compared to the political damage. Because the outbreak didn't just kill people. It killed trust. It justified discrimination. It gave scientific color to policies that were really about race and class and keeping America pure. The elf became a weapon twice. Once as a vector, once as a symbol. An America land of immigrants, built by immigrants, learned to fear gifts from strangers. This paranoia persisted, evolved. In the 1950s, during the Red Scare, there were rumors about Soviet agents distributing contaminated toys. Communist Christmas Presents, designed to sicken American children. The FBI investigated, found nothing, but the fear remained. In the 1980s, during the crack epidemic, rumors spread about Halloween candy laced with drugs, razor blades in apples, needles in chocolate bars. Most of these stories were urban legends, moral panics, but they reflected a deep cultural anxiety about accepting things from strangers, about trusting the rituals of gift-giving, the elf's legacy, still spreading, still shaping behavior. In 2001, after anthrax-laced letters killed 5 people, there was a proposal to irradiate all mail. Every envelope, every package. Destroy any potential biological contamination before it reached recipients. The proposal was rejected. Too expensive, too impractical. But the desire was there. The wish for absolute safety, even if it meant destroying the thing you were trying to protect. Because that's what the elf does. It makes you question everything. Every gift, every kindness, every interaction. It turns generosity into a threat assessment. And once you start thinking that way, you can't stop, because you are vulnerable. Gifts can be weapons. Trust is dangerous. The elf didn't lie. It just told an uncomfortable truth. In 2019, a Boston museum, the same city where Theodore Hartwell hosted his fatal party, acquired something interesting. a charred piece of wood, found during construction near Boston Common. Carbon dated to approximately 1880. The wood was analyzed, found to contain trace amounts of lacquer, burned but not completely, and embedded in the grain barely detectable, but their protein fragments consistent with variola major, smallpox. The museum director wanted to display it, a piece of Boston history, a cautionary tale about disease and xenophobia and the dangers of mixing public health with politics. The exhibition never opened. Protests, health concerns, legal threats. The museum's insurance company refused to cover any exhibit containing potentially hazardous biological materials, even if those materials were 140 years old and thoroughly burned. The wood was sealed, transferred, eventually made its way to Basel, to the conservatory, where it sits now, catalog number 0089, labeled American Elf Fragment, unverified, handled with extreme caution, because even a piece of the elf is dangerous. Even the idea that a piece might exist. The researcher who authenticated the wood doctor, Sarah Chun, a historian at Boston University, published a paper about it in 2020, detailed the provenance, explained the historical context, argued for the educational value of displaying such artifacts despite the risks. 3 months after publication, Dr. Chen withdrew the paper, requested it be removed from all databases. She didn't explain why, wouldn't respond to inquiries. But a colleague speaking anonymously said Dr. Chun had started receiving threats, not from anti-science activists or conspiracy theorists, from historians, from academics, from people who understood exactly what she was proposing. The threats weren't violent. They were warnings. You don't know what you're dealing with. Stop before it's too late. The elf doesn't want to be remembered. Dr. Chun was rational, scientific. She didn't believe in curses, but the threats bothered her. The specificity bothered her because the people sending them weren't cranks. They were respected researchers, people who'd studied the elf's history, people who knew. She stopped researching, switched to a different field. Now studies industrial architecture. Safe, solid, non-contagious. I tried to interview her for this project. She declined. Sent one message. The American elf is the most dangerous iteration because it weaponized nationalism. It turned public health into politics, and that's still happening. Every time we blame immigrants for disease, every time we close borders during outbreaks, every time we choose tribe over truth, the elf wins, and I will not contribute to its victory by reminding people how effective it was. She's right, obviously. Talking about the American elf, explaining how it exploited America's worst impulses, risks reinforcing those impulses, risks giving intellectual cover to xenophobia. But silence doesn't help either, because the pattern repeats, with or without us acknowledging it. COVID-19, the China virus, attacks on Asian Americans, travel bans, the resurgence of nativist rhetoric disguised as public health policy, the elf strategy, updated for the 21st century. No wooden toy required, just fear. And the willing conflation of disease with other. This is the genius of the elf, if we can call evil genius. It doesn't need to be physical. It just needs to establish the connection between gift and danger, between stranger and threat, between generosity and vulnerability. Once that connection exists, it reinforces itself, becomes self-sustaining. A cultural virus that spreads through language and policy and the institutional memory of societies. You can't vaccinate against it, can't quarantine it, can only recognize it. Name it, resist it. But resistance requires remembering, and remembering requires telling the story, even especially the parts that make us uncomfortable. So here's the uncomfortable truth about the American elf. It worked because of American values, because of our emphasis on individual liberty, because we resist collective action until it's too late, because we trust personal freedom over public health. The elf exploited that, found the vulnerability in the system and struck. And we responded by building walls instead of bridges, by closing doors instead of washing hands, by blaming foreigners instead of confronting our own failure to protect each other. And that failure, that's the real contagion. That's what the elf transmitted. Not just smallpox, but the idea that safety requires suspicion, that survival means isolation, that protecting yourself means abandoning community. Theodore Hartwell's suicide note mentioned guilt. Guilty of ignorance. But maybe the real guilt, the guilt that killed him, was simpler. He'd hosted a party, invited people he knew, shared his collection, spread joy. That's what he thought he was doing. And instead, he'd killed them, not through malice, through hospitality, through the very act of being generous. That's the curse, not supernatural. Just the terrible knowledge that your kindness can be weaponized, that your home can be a vector, that you, through no fault of your own, can be the thing that destroys everyone you love. How do you live with that? You don't. Theodore didn't, and neither did dozens of others who found themselves inadvertently responsible for spreading the elf's legacy. There's a psychological term for this: survivor's guilt. Except it's worse when you're not just a survivor, but a vector. When your survival meant others' deaths. When you were the bridge the disease used. This is what the elf does. It doesn't just kill bodies. It kills the ability to trust yourself, to believe you're safe to be around, to accept that love doesn't always lead to death. And once that belief is destroyed, you're already dead. Maybe not physically, but in every way that matters. The American elf killed 47 people in Boston, but it destroyed hundreds more. Everyone who survived but carried the guilt. Everyone who was traumatized by the thought that accepting a gift, attending a party, enjoying art, participating in community could be fatal. Those people withdrew, became isolates, stopped participating in the social rituals that make life worth living. They survived the disease but died to the world anyway. And their children noticed, learned, internalized the lesson. Don't trust, don't connect, don't open yourself to others, because others bring death. That's the real transmission. Generational, cultural, the way trauma echoes through time. My grandmother grew up in Boston, born in 1920, 40 years after the outbreak. But her mother, my great-grandmother, was a child when it happened. Lost friends, lost neighbors, remembered. And she taught my grandmother to be suspicious of gifts, to inspect them, to quarantine them before bringing them fully into the house. Let them sit, she'd say. See if anything develops. My grandmother thought it was about germs, about hygiene. She didn't know about the elf, about Theodore Hartwell's party, about the specific historical trauma that had shaped her mother's paranoia. She just learned the behavior and taught it to my mother, who taught it to me. I still do it, unconsciously. Gifts sit on my porch for days before I open them. Packages get wiped down. Items from strangers get treated with suspicion. It's probably smart in the age of COVID, but it predates COVID. It's older, deeper. Coded into my family's DNA by an elf that died 150 years ago. That's transmission. Real transmission. Not through virus, through culture, through the stories we tell and the fears we inherit and the behaviors we can't explain but can't stop performing. The elf one, not just in Boston. In every family it touched, every generation it shaped. Every person who learned consciously or not that generosity is dangerous. And it's still winning because I'm telling you this, making you aware. Planting the seed, Now you'll think twice before accepting gifts, before hosting parties, before trusting that the object in your hands is safe. Maybe you were already suspicious. Maybe COVID taught you. Or maybe you had a grandmother like mine, a mother who wiped down packages, a father who checked Halloween candy. Or maybe this is new information, new anxiety, a new reason to be afraid. Either way, the elf spreads. Through me. Through you. Through every person who hears this story and lets it change their behavior. This is how contagion works in the 21st century. Not through wood, through words. Through the viral nature of information itself. And I can't stop. Can't untell the story. Can't take back the knowledge I've given you. All I can do is this. Remember that the elf's real weapon isn't disease. It's fear. It's the breakdown of trust. It's the decision to choose safety over connection. And maybe we can resist that. Not by ignoring the danger, but by acknowledging it. And choosing connection anyway. Choosing to host parties even though gatherings spread disease. Choosing to accept gifts even though objects can be contaminated. Choosing to trust even though trust makes us vulnerable. That's the only way to defeat the elf. Not through caution, through defiance. Theodore Hartwell killed himself because he couldn't live with the guilt. Couldn't accept that his generosity had consequences. But maybe the tragedy isn't that he hosted the party. Maybe the tragedy is that his suicide meant one fewer person willing to take the risk. One fewer home open to connection. One fewer voice saying, yes, this is dangerous. Yes, people might die. But isolation is a slower death. And I choose community. That's the answer, if there is one. Not safety. Connection. Despite because of the risks. The elf wants us isolated, paranoid, alone. So fuck the elf. Open the gifts. Host the parties. Touch the art. And if something goes wrong, if you're the vector, if your kindness kills, at least you lived as a human. Not as a scared animal in a locked room. At least you tried. Cyber Monday. A woman in Portland orders a Christmas gift for her daughter. A wooden elf. Handcrafted. Artisanal. 5-star reviews. Ships from a small workshop in Romania. $34.99 plus shipping. It arrives December 12th in a brown cardboard box. No return address. Just a customs label. The elf is wrapped in tissue paper. Smells like cedar. Beautifully carved. 6 inches tall. Pointed hat. Clasped hands. Smiling. The woman takes a photo. Posts it on Instagram. Such beautiful craftsmanship. 300 likes. 20 comments. Where did you get that? Link, please. So cute. She shares the link. 10 people order. The algorithm notices. Starts recommending the product. Customers who bought this also like ... double quotes within 48 hours. The elf has sold 300 units. Within a week, 2,000. By December 20th, 3 buyers are sick. By Christmas, 15. By New Year's, 43. The CDC investigates, traces the outbreak, identifies the source, a bacteria. Burkholderia pseudomali, rare, dangerous, sometimes fatal. Native to Southeast Asia. Definitely not native to Romanian woodshops. The contamination was deliberate. The wood had been soaked in a bacterial culture, then lacquered. The bacteria survived, thrived. Waited for warm, moist conditions, like human homes in winter, to activate. The Romanian shop was raided, found abandoned, rented through a shell company, paid in cryptocurrency. The craftsman, if there ever was one, vanished. The CDC traced the remaining elves, ordered a recall, contacted Amazon. The listing was removed. Buyers notified. But by then, the elves were in 2,000 homes across 43 states. Some had been gifted, re-gifted, donated, sold at yard sales. The trail was impossible to follow. The outbreak killed 7 people, sickened hundreds, made headlines for a week, then vanished, replaced by newer crises, newer fears. Amazon settled lawsuits, quietly, generously, on condition of non-disclosure agreements. The victims' families signed, needed the money, couldn't afford to fight a trillion-dollar corporation. The story disappeared. By 2025, it was forgotten. A footnote, a weird incident. Remember that bacterial elf thing? No, actually, most people don't, but researchers remember. The biodefense community remembers, because that was a test, a proof of concept. Someone we still don't know who proved you could weaponize global commerce, could turn Amazon into a delivery system for biological warfare, could bypass every security measure, every customs check, every regulation, by simply selling a contaminated product to consumers who would distribute it themselves. The attack was brilliant, low cost, high impact, virtually untraceable, and scalable. Imagine if instead of one elf, it had been 10 products, or 100, different sellers, different bacteria, different target demographics. Imagine if the goal wasn't to sicken people, just to terrify them, to make them afraid of packages, of gifts, of the daily miracle of global logistics that lets you order something on Monday and have it Wednesday. Imagine if the goal was to destroy trust in e-commerce itself, because that's the real target. Not bodies, systems, the infrastructure of modern life, the mechanisms that let civilization function at scale. The elf, the 1721 elf, the original concept was limited by technology. It could only spread as fast as people could physically carry it, could only reach as many people as social networks could connect. But now the elf has Amazon, has global shipping, has social media, has algorithmic recommendations that identify potential customers and target them with precision. Now the elf can reach millions, can spread across continents in days, can exploit every vulnerability in the system we've built to make life convenient. And we can't stop it, because stopping it would require shutting down the system. And the system is too valuable, too essential. We need Amazon, need global shipping, need the ability to buy anything from anywhere and have it arrive at our door. We've made ourselves dependent, and dependency is vulnerability. The 2024 elf was contained, barely, because it was small scale, because the CDC caught it early, because the attacker, whoever they were, pulled back after proving their point. But next time, if there is a next time, we might not be so lucky. In 2025, Homeland Security commissioned a classified study, E-commerce as Vector, Threat Assessment and Mitigation Strategies. I don't have access to the full report, but I've talked to people who've seen it, and what they describe is ... apocalyptic. The study modeled various scenarios: small attacks, large attacks, coordinated campaigns. It looked at different vectors, contaminated products, manipulated algorithms, social engineering, supply chain hijacking. The conclusion: indefensible. We've built a global delivery network that's fundamentally insecure. And any attempt to secure it, mandatory inspections, radiation of all packages, eye screening, would slow it down so much that it would collapse. The system works because it's fast, because it trusts, because we've traded security for convenience. And we can't undo that trade, because convenience is what people want, what the economy requires, what modernity is built on. So we're vulnerable. Knowingly, deliberately, we've chosen speed over safety. And now we're committed. Can't go back. Can only hope that nobody else figures out what the Romanian elf maker figured out, except people already have. There have been other incidents, not publicized, not reported, but happening In 2023, contaminated phone chargers. Nothing exotic, just E. coli. Probably accidental. Poor manufacturing. But 60 people got sick, and it raised questions. What if it wasn't accidental? In 2022, makeup palettes containing lead. Deliberate adulteration. Targeting young women. Not a biological weapon, but a chemical one. Same principle. Same vulnerability. In 2021, toys with magnets that came loose. Children swallowed them. Intestines perforated. Emergency surgeries. The manufacturer was sued. But the manufacturer was a shell company in Shenzhen. No assets. No accountability. The pattern is clear. Global commerce is being weaponized. Not by terrorists. Not by nation-states. By individuals. Angry individuals. Creative individuals. People who figured out that you don't need explosives to cause mass harm. You just need access to manufacturing and a willingness to hurt strangers. This is the democratization of violence. The internet promised to democratize information. It did. But it also democratized destruction. Now anyone with a workshop and a grudge can become a bioterrorist. Can reach thousands of victims. Can exploit the trust we place in 5-star reviews and artisanal craftsmanship and the comforting lie that small sellers are somehow more ethical than corporations. We want to believe in the small workshop, the independent craftsman, the authentic alternative to mass production. We need to believe in it, because believing in it means believing commerce can still be personal, human, safe. But that belief is what makes us vulnerable, because small workshops don't have quality control, don't have oversight, don't have accountability. They're just people with tools and access to shipping. And people, as Gunnar Olsen proved in 1721, can be weapons. The Romanian elf wasn't an anomaly. It was a preview. A demonstration of what's possible when you combine ancient methods with modern infrastructure. And the scariest part? We're still buying, still ordering, still trusting. Because what's the alternative? Stop using e-commerce? Return to physical retail? That's not realistic. Not for most people. Not in an economy built on delivery. Not after COVID taught us that staying home is sometimes survival. We're trapped by our own convenience, by systems we've built and can't dismantle, by the terrible efficiency of a network that connects everyone to everything. The elf has won. Again, not by killing us, by making us complicit, by turning us into vectors, by making our desire for connection, for gifts, for beauty, for things that arrive in boxes and make us smile into the mechanism of our own destruction. In 2024, after the elf incident, Amazon implemented new security measures, AI screening for suspicious patterns, enhanced seller verification, mandatory testing for certain product categories. It lasted 3 months, then quietly rolled back because it was costing too much, slowing down delivery times, generating false positives, frustrating customers, hurting profits. Safety is expensive. Convenience is profitable. The market chose, and we chose, by continuing to order, by accepting 2-day shipping as a right, by rating our experience not on safety but on speed. We voted with our clicks, and we voted for vulnerability. So here we are, 2025, the holiday season. Millions of packages crisscrossing the globe. Wooden elves, handcrafted toys, artisanal goods. All of them potentially contaminated. All of them potentially weapons. Probably not. Probably they're fine. Probably the odds of getting a weaponized product are infinitesimally small. Probably you're safer ordering from Amazon than driving to the mall. Probably. But probability isn't certainty. And the elf, the original elf, the 1721 concept, has taught us that probabilities eventually collapse into outcomes. that unlikely events become inevitable given enough iterations. How many packages will Amazon deliver this year? Billions. How many sellers on the platform? Millions. How many of them are verified, trustworthy, actually who they claim to be? We don't know. Can't know. The system is too big, too complex, too fast to audit. We're flying blind, at maximum speed, trusting that the ground won't rise up to meet us. And maybe that's fine. Maybe that's the price of modernity. Maybe some level of risk is acceptable, necessary, the cost of living in a connected world. But let's be honest about what we're accepting. Let's acknowledge that every package is a gamble. Every click is a vote for speed over safety. Every 5-star review is a prayer that the person on the other end isn't Gunnar Olsen, isn't damaged, isn't angry, isn't creative in the worst possible way. Let's admit that we've built a system that requires trust, but provides no mechanism to verify that trust is warranted. And let's recognize that this system, this beautiful, terrible, efficient nightmare of global commerce, is the perfect environment for the elf, is exactly what it's been waiting for 3 centuries. A way to spread faster than evolution, faster than epidemiology, faster than our ability to respond. The elf didn't need to survive until 2024. It just needed the idea to survive, and it did. In archives, in museums, in stories like this one. And now the idea has found its perfect host. Not wood, not lacquer, not even human carriers. Infrastructure, the global supply chain, the network that connects every point to every other point. The system we can't live without and can't secure. The elf is the network now, and the network is everywhere. When the next attack comes, and there will be a next attack, statistical certainty guarantees it. It won't look like the Romanian elf. It'll be smarter, more distributed, harder to trace, using products we actually want, exploiting trust in ways we haven't imagined yet. Maybe it's already happening. Maybe contaminated products are circulating right now, slow acting, subtle, designed to evade detection until it's too late. Or maybe I'm paranoid. Maybe the Romanian elf was a one-off. Maybe the system is more secure than I think. Maybe the odds really are in our favor. I hope so. I genuinely hope I'm wrong about all of this. But I'm still wiping down my packages. Still letting gifts sit before opening them. Still performing the rituals my grandmother taught me. Rituals that trace back to Boston, 1880, to Stockholm, 1721, to every outbreak, every contaminated object, every time someone learned that gifts can kill, because the elf is patient, has been patient for 300 years, can wait another 300 if necessary, but I don't think it needs to wait. I think the conditions are perfect. The infrastructure is ready. The population is primed. We're more connected and more vulnerable than we've ever been. All we need is someone angry enough, creative enough, willing enough, someone like Gunnar, someone like the Romanian craftsman, someone like the countless others who've looked at the modern world and thought, I know how to hurt this. They're out there. Statistically, they must be, and they're learning. Reading stories like this one, understanding the methodology, recognizing the opportunity. I'm teaching them. Can't help teaching them, because the story demands to be told. The pattern demands to be recognized, and recognition means replication. This is the curse of information age terrorism. You can't keep the knowledge secret, can't contain the idea. The more you warn about it, the more you explain how it works, the more you enable the next iteration. I should stop. Should delete this script. Should let the elf return to obscurity. But I can't, because obscurity doesn't mean safety. It just means surprise. And surprise attacks are always more effective. Better to warn to prepare, to acknowledge the vulnerability, even if acknowledgement makes us complicit. Better to live with eyes open, even if what we see is terrifying. The elf is in the Amazon warehouse, in the shipping container, in the delivery truck, in the package on your porch right now. Probably not literally. Probably your package is fine, but the potential is there. The mechanism exists. The attack vector is proven, and potential in a connected world is sufficient. Because potential multiplies, scales, becomes inevitable through sheer probability. The elf doesn't need to be in every package. Just 1 in a million, 1 in 10 million. The numbers are large enough that 1 in 10 million still means thousands of victims. And we'll keep ordering, keep trusting, keep clicking buy now and waiting for the doorbell. Because we have no choice. Because this is how we live now. Because convenience has become necessity, and necessity has become vulnerability. The elf knows this, has always known this, has been waiting for exactly this moment, when humanity would build its own delivery system, its own mechanism of doom. And we did. We built it beautifully, efficiently, perfectly. We built it for the elf. Merry Christmas. Your package has shipped. Delivery expected. Never know when. There's a village in northern Finland that isn't on modern maps. It existed in 1725. Population 43. A logging community. Remote. Self-sufficient. The kind of place that appears in census records, but rarely in history, books. Unremarkable. Forgettable. Except for what happened at Christmas. According to parish records discovered in 1967, filed in the wrong box, misfiled for over 2 centuries, the village experienced something unusual. Not a disease outbreak. Something else. The children disappeared. All of them. 11 children, ages 3 to 14, between December 24th and December 26th, 1725. The parents woke on Christmas morning. Beds empty. Doors locked from inside. No footprints in the snow. No signs of struggle. The children were just gone. The priest who recorded this, Father Anselm, wrote, as if they had been called. As if something summoned them and they went willingly. The mothers weep. The fathers search. But there is nothing. Only silence where there should be laughter. The village organized searches. Scoured the forest. Dragged the frozen lake. Found nothing. No bodies. No clothing. No evidence that the children had ever existed except for the grief of their parents and the empty places at the table. The investigation, such as it was focused on kidnapping. Raiders from Russia, maybe. Or Sami people taking revenge for some perceived slight. Or wolves. The wolves don't open doors and close them again. Don't leave houses undisturbed. No explanation satisfied. The case went cold. The village persisted for a few more years, then disbanded. The adults left. Couldn't bear living in houses haunted by absence, by rooms that should hold children but didn't. By 1730, the village was abandoned. The buildings collapsed. The forest reclaimed the land. The name, if it ever had a proper name, was forgotten. The story should end there. Another tragedy from history's long list of tragedies. Sad, but distant. Irrelevant to the present. Except in 1967, when researchers found Father Anselm's records, they found something else. An addendum. Written months after the disappearance. After the village had been abandoned, Father Anselm had returned to the empty village to pray, to seek understanding, and he found the children. Not alive, not exactly. He found them in the forest, standing, arranged in a circle around something he described as an idol of wood, smiling with the devil's own joy, an elf. The children were frozen, had been dead for months, but they were standing, upright, hands clasped like they were praying or playing a game. Their eyes were open, staring at the elf. Father Anselm wrote, "I have seen death in many forms, war, disease, age, but never this. They look not dead, but sleeping, not taken, but given, as if they offered themselves willingly to whatever force inhabits that wooden demon. He tried to move the bodies, to give them Christian burial, but they wouldn't move. Were frozen not just by cold, but by something else, fixed in place like they'd grown roots. He tried to move the elf, to destroy it, but touching it, even through his gloves, caused such pain that he fell unconscious. When he woke, hours later, he was half a mile away, had no memory of how he got there. He returned with help, with other priests, with strong men from a neighboring village, but they found nothing. The children were gone. The elf was gone. Only the circle remained. A perfect ring of dead grass. Nothing would grow there. Father Anselm marked the spot with a cross. Sod prayers. Left. He died 6 months later. Fever. In his final confession recorded by another priest, he claimed the children visited him at night, standing at the foot of his bed, staring, not accusing, not asking for anything, just watching. He said, "They are not ghosts. They are something else, something between. They serve the elf now, and the elf is patient. It collects. And someday, when it has collected enough, it will do something. Something terrible. And we will have no defense because we do not understand what we are fighting." Father Anselm's account was dismissed. Fever dreams, grief hallucinations, the trauma of discovering 11 dead children in the woods. The researchers who found the records in 1967 filed them as folk horror. Interesting from an anthropological perspective. Evidence of how isolated communities process tragedy through supernatural narrative. But not real. Obviously not real. Except one researcher doctor. Helena Virtanen, an anthropologist from Helsinki University, was bothered by the details. The specificity. The consistency with other elf accounts from the same period. She visited the site, or tried to, because the village location was listed in the parish records. But when she went there, she found nothing. No ruins, no circle of dead grass. Not even the topography matched. Like the village had never existed. She checked maps, compared surveys from different eras, and found discrepancies. The village appeared in records, but not in geography. Was documented, but not locatable. Dr. Virtanen spent 3 years trying to reconcile the contradiction, filed fire requests, interviewed local historians, searched military archives for wartime surveys, and then she stopped, abruptly, withdrew her research, returned to teaching, never published her findings. I contacted her in 2020, asked about the Finnish village, about Father Anselm's account, about why she'd abandoned the research. She responded once, "Some things don't want to be found, and some things shouldn't be. The children are still there, still waiting, still serving, and the elf is still collecting. I won't help it by leading others to its door." I pressed, asked for clarification, got nothing. Dr. Virtanen blocked my emails, changed her phone number. Colleagues said she'd become reclusive, paranoid, obsessed with children's safety. She'd never had children of her own. But after abandoning the research, she'd started a foundation, a charity that tracked missing children, provided resources to families, advocated for better investigative techniques. The foundation's name, the Anselm Project, named after the priest, after the man who found 11 children frozen in worship around a wooden elf. The foundation still exists, still operates. But Dr. Virtanen died in 2022. Heart attack. She was only 56. Hartwell left everything to the foundation. With one instruction: continue the work. Find the missing. Bring them home. Before something else finds them first. Before what finds them. She never explained. But her research notes, released posthumously, against the Foundation's wishes, provide clues. Dr. Vertanen had been tracking missing children cases, globally, over centuries, looking for patterns. And she'd found them. Small clusters, rural areas, always during winter, always around holidays. Children disappearing without trace. Usually in groups, usually from the same community. The disappearances weren't constant. Years, sometimes decades, would pass with nothing. Then suddenly, a cluster. 10 children from a Norwegian village in 1802. 7 from a Siberian settlement in 1834. 13 from a Canadian logging camp in 1891. Each cluster was followed by abandonment. The communities couldn't survive the loss. Disbanded, scattered, left the land to forget. And in many cases, not all, but enough to form a pattern, there were stories. Folk stories about carved figures, about wooden idols, about elves that watched children, called to them, led them away. Dr. Vertanen's hypothesis: the elf doesn't just spread disease, it collects. Not adults, children, specifically children, for purposes unknown. The hypothesis sounds insane, magical thinking, the kind of thing academics dismiss immediately. But Dr. Vertanen documented her evidence carefully. Cross-referenced sources. Eliminated cases with obvious explanations, actual kidnappings, accidents, runaways. She was left with 43 clusters over 300 years. 437 children. All vanished near Christmas. All from communities where carved wooden figures had been present. The statistical probability of this being coincidence: functionally zero. Something is taking children. Has been taking children for centuries. And it's using the elf, or the idea of the elf, as a lure. This is where the research gets dark, where even I hesitate to continue, because implicating the elf in disease outbreaks is one thing. That's microbiology. That's explicable. But implicating it in systematic child abduction? That requires accepting something worse. Something that doesn't fit into our current understanding of how the world works. Dr. Vertanen seemed to reach the same conclusion. Her final notes, dated 2 weeks before her death, contained this passage: I no longer know what the elf is. I thought it was an object, a contaminated artifact, a historical curiosity with tragic associations. But objects don't act, don't plan, don't collect. Whatever the elf represents, whether it's a cult, a network, a supernatural entity, or something else entirely, it has agency, it has intent. And it has been pursuing that intent for at least 3 centuries. We've been focused on the disease, on the contamination, on the visible harm, but that might just be cover, misdirection. The real purpose, the real horror is the children, always the children. And nobody's looking for them anymore. Nobody except me. And soon, nobody at all. 2 weeks later, she was dead. Her research was sealed by the Foundation. Her conclusions were never published. Her evidence sits in an archive that requires special permission to access. Permission that's never granted. I requested it multiple times. Was denied. The Foundation said Dr. Vertanen's work was incomplete and potentially damaging to families still searching for missing loved ones, which is either responsible caution or deliberate suppression. I can't tell which, but I can tell you this: child disappearances still happen during winter, around holidays, in small communities. And some of those communities report seeing wooden figures before the disappearances. Elves, decorations, gifts. In 2018, 3 children vanished from a village in rural Romania. The same region, possibly the same workshop that produced the 2024 contaminated elf. The children were never found, but a wooden toy was found in one of their bedrooms. An elf, 6 inches tall, smiling. In 2015, 4 children disappeared from a reservation in northern Canada. Christmas Eve, no trace. The tribal police found a carved figure near the tree line. Traditional design, but wrong somehow. The elder who examined it said, "This is not our art. This is something else wearing our skin." In 2012, 2 children vanished from a small town in northern Sweden. The parents reported a gift had arrived. No return address. Inside was an elf. The children had been playing with it. Then they were gone. Each case was investigated. Each investigation found nothing. The cases remain open, unsolved, filed under missing persons. But if you map them, if you plot every unexplained child disappearance near Christmas over the past 20 years, you get a pattern. Not random, concentrated, in specific regions, moving slowly, methodically, like something is searching, testing, taking, building a collection. Of what? For what purpose? Dr. Vertinen didn't know. Or if she did, she didn't write it down. Her final note just says, "If I'm right, we've been fighting the wrong enemy. The disease is a symptom. The real threat is what comes after. What uses the disease to mark children, to identify them, to prepare them, and then takes them, not to kill, but to keep, forever. Forever is a long time. Long enough that Father Anselm's children, if they still exist in any sense, would have stopped being children centuries ago, would have become something else. Something the elf shaped, molded, used, an army of the taken, growing slowly, invisibly, across generations." This sounds like horror fiction. Like creepypasta. Like the kind of thing people invent to scare each other. But Dr. Vertinen was a serious researcher, published, respected, not prone to fantasy. And she died believing this. Died trying to prove it. Died warning that nobody was paying attention. Maybe she was wrong. Maybe grief and obsession warped her judgment. Maybe the patterns she saw were just coincidence amplified by confirmation bias. Or maybe she was right. And we're losing children to something we refuse to acknowledge, because acknowledging it would require accepting that the world is stranger and darker than our rational minds can tolerate. I don't know. Can't know. The evidence is circumstantial. The witnesses are dead. The children are gone. All I can do is report what I've found. And ask, have you checked on your children lately? Have you examined the gifts in your home? The decorations? The wooden toys with smiles that don't reach their eyes? Have you noticed if anything is watching? Because the elf collects. Has always collected. And collection implies purpose. Implies a plan. Implies that somewhere in a forest we can't find, in a circle we can't see, the taken children are waiting, growing older, never aging, serving something that carved them into its image, smiling. Always smiling, because that's what the elf taught them. That's what it teaches everyone, eventually, to smile while the world ends. A man named Robert Chun walked into a police station in Seattle. He was carrying a box. Inside the box was a wooden elf. He told the desk sergeant, "This needs to be destroyed, professionally, by someone who understands what it is." The sergeant, understandably confused, asked what it was. Robert said, "A weapon, an old one. It killed my family. And if you don't destroy it properly, it'll kill yours too." The sergeant, this is all in the police report, assumed Robert was mentally ill, or high, or both. Seattle in 2003 had a significant homeless population and an opioid crisis. People brought weird things to police stations, made strange claims. It was part of the job. But Robert didn't look homeless, didn't look high. He looked exhausted, terrified, lucid. So the sergeant humored him, asked where the elf came from. Robert said it had been in his family for generations, brought over from Norway by his great-great-grandmother in 1892, a family heirloom, something that was supposed to bring good luck. Instead, it brought death. His great-great-grandmother died within a year of arriving in America. Consumption, then her husband, then 2 of their 4 children. The survivors, including Robert's great-grandfather, kept the elf to honor the dead, to maintain connection with the old country. But the deaths continued, every generation. Someone in the family would die young, unexpectedly, often during winter, often near Christmas. By the time it reached Robert's generation, he was the only one left. His parents, dead. His siblings, dead. His wife, dead. His children, dead. All of them, gone. While the elf sat on the mantel, smiling, Robert had finally made the connection, finally understood what Dr. Vertinen understood, what Gunnar Olsen knew in 1721, what Father Anselm witnessed in that frozen circle. The elf kills, not quickly, not obviously, but systematically, generation by generation, until the bloodline is extinct. Robert begged the sergeant to destroy it, to burn it, to bury it, anything. The sergeant, the report indicates, was uncomfortable, but also sympathetic. He took the box, promised to handle it appropriately. What that meant, in practice, was storing it in the evidence room, where it sat, for years. Because nobody knew what to do with it. It wasn't evidence of a crime, wasn't contraband. Just an old wooden toy with a delusional backstory. Robert checked in periodically, called the station, asked if it had been destroyed, was told it's being processed, which meant it's in a box somewhere and nobody cares. Robert died in 2008. Suicide. Jumped from the Aurora Bridge. His note mentioned the elf. Said he couldn't live knowing it still existed. Still smiling. Still waiting for another family to adopt it. After his death, the elf should have been discarded. Should have been treated as abandoned property. Should have been incinerated with all the other unclaimed evidence. But it wasn't. Because someone at the police station, a detective named Maria Santos, had read the note, had been bothered by it, had looked into Robert Chun's history, and found the pattern, the deaths. The statistical impossibility of so much tragedy in one family. The way each death occurred near Christmas, near the elf. Detective Santos was rational, scientific. She didn't believe in curses, but she believed in caution. So she flagged the elf, marked it as potential biohazard, requested it be sent to a lab for testing. The lab found nothing. No bacteria. No toxins, no radiation. The elf was, by every measurable standard, harmless. Detective Santos remained unconvinced. She'd read too many case files, seen too many unexplained deaths. She knew that no measurable hazard didn't mean safe, just meant we didn't know what to measure. So she did something unauthorized. Something that probably violated department policy. She contacted the conservatory in Basel, explained the situation, asked if they wanted to add the Seattle elf to their collection. They did, eagerly, sent a specialist. A curator who arrived with specialized containers and handling protocols that would make sense for radioactive materials, but seemed absurd for a wooden toy. The elf was transferred. Shipped to Switzerland. Catalog number M127. Stored in maximum security, where it sits today. Detective Santos was reprimanded. Not fired. The elf wasn't technically department property anymore, but disciplined. She was transferred. Took early retirement 2 years later. I interviewed her in 2021. She's 70 now. Lives in Arizona, far from Seattle, far from the elf. She told me, I'm not superstitious, but I've seen things that don't add up. Deaths that cluster around certain objects. Families that end because they won't let go of heirlooms. The elf was one of many, but it was the clearest case. The most obvious pattern. Robert Chun was right. That thing killed his family, and it would have kept killing if someone hadn't stopped it. I asked if she thought the elf was cursed. Supernatural. She said, I think some objects carry history, trauma, whatever you want to call it, and that history affects people. Makes them sick, makes them careless, makes them die. Is that supernatural? Or is it just psychology we don't fully understand? Does it matter? She had a point. The mechanism doesn't matter if the result is the same. But here's what bothers me about the Seattle elf. It wasn't spreading disease. It wasn't contaminated. It was just ... there. Present. In a family. Killing them slowly, methodically, over generations. How? If it's not biological, if it's not chemical, then what? Psychological? A shared delusion that manifests as psychosomatic symptoms? A family trauma encoded in wood that somehow transmits across generations? Or, and this is the conclusion I keep avoiding because it doesn't fit my worldview, is the elf actually alive in some sense? Not physically, but informationally. A self-perpetuating pattern that exists in the space between object and idea, that uses families as hosts, that feeds on their grief and fear until there's nothing left. That sounds insane. I know it sounds insane, but how else do you explain Robert Chun's family, or the Finnish children, or any of the dozens of cases where the elf appears and people die in ways that can't be traced to contamination? The conservatory has theories. They won't share them publicly, but curators have leaked hints. Rumors, suggestions. One theory, quantum entanglement. That somehow the original elf, if there was an original, is connected to all its copies, all its iterations, across time and space. And whatever happens to one affects them all. So contaminating one elf in 1721 contaminated all of them, retroactively, simultaneously. This violates everything we know about causality, about physics. But quantum mechanics already violates our intuitions about how reality works. So maybe, possibly. Another theory, egregor, a thought form, an entity created by collective belief. The elf started as wood, but centuries of fear and death and trauma have given it something like consciousness, not intelligence, but agency. The ability to act on the world in ways that pure matter shouldn't be able to. This is occult thinking, magical thinking, the kind of thing serious researchers won't say out loud, but privately, in bars after conferences. When the recordings are off, they wonder. They speculate. They admit that materialism might not explain everything, that some phenomena resist reduction, that the elf might be something new or very old, something that exists in the gaps between scientific disciplines. A third theory, the most disturbing, is that the elf is a marker. Not the threat itself, but a sign of the threat, like a tumor marker in blood. The elf appears when something else is present, something invisible, something that uses the elf to identify victims, to target families, to feed. Feed on what? The theory doesn't specify. Life force, maybe. Suffering, fear. The specific flavor of grief that comes from losing everyone you love over decades while a wooden toy smiles at you from the mantle. This theory implies intelligence, intention, a predator sophisticated enough to use symbolic markers, to play games that span centuries. And if that's true, If something is using the elf as a tool, then destroying the elves accomplishes nothing. The predator just finds new markers, new methods, new ways to identify prey. We'd be fighting the symptom while the disease adapts. This is why the conservatory doesn't destroy items, doesn't burn them or bury them or break them apart. Because destruction might just redistribute the problem, might free whatever is bound in the wood, might make things worse. So they contain, store, guard, hope that whatever the elf is, it's limited by its physical form. That sealing it in climate-controlled darkness is sufficient. But is it? In 2019, during routine inspection, curators noticed something odd. Item number 0047, the original Stockholm elf, or the closest thing to it, had moved, just slightly. A few millimeters, inside its sealed container, which hadn't been opened in 15 years. Movement could be explained. Vibration, settlement, microscopic shifts in the container itself. Except the movement was specific. The elf had rotated exactly 90 degrees. So that its face, its smile now, pointed toward the door, toward the exit. The curators resealed the container, reinforced the locks, installed additional monitoring. The elf hasn't moved since, but the incident raised questions and fears. Because objects don't move on their own, don't rotate themselves, don't orient toward doorways like they're planning escape. Unless they're not really objects, unless there's something else, something patient, something waiting for the right moment. The right failure of containment, something that knows somehow that all containers eventually fail. I think about this a lot, about all those elves sitting in darkness, in museums and archives and forgotten attics, smiling, waiting. For what? For us to forget, for security to lapse, for civilization to wobble, for the moment when the seals break and the doors open and they're free to travel again, free to spread, to collect, to kill, free to do whatever it is they've been trying to do for 300 years. Robert Chun understood this. That's why he brought the elf to the police. Not to destroy it. He knew it couldn't be destroyed. But to contain it. To lock it away from his bloodline. To end the cycle. He succeeded. The Seattle elf is contained. The Chun family is extinct. The pattern is broken. But the elf is still smiling. Still waiting. Still knowing that families end, but elves endure. That's the real horror. Not that the elf kills, but that it outlasts, survives every attempt to stop it, every family that tries to escape it, every researcher who tries to understand it. The elf is immortal, and we're not. Eventually, inevitably, it wins. Not through action, through patience, through being here long after we're gone. In the conservatory archives, there's a document, a projection, modeling the future of the collection, how long the storage facility will last. What happens when Basel floods or burns or falls to whatever replaces current civilization? The document concludes, maximum containment lifespan is 200 to 300 years. After that, the containers fail, the seals break, the objects are exposed again, released. We've contained the elf for less than 1 century. We have maybe 3 more. And then the elves go free. All of them. Every iteration. Every copy. Every variant collected over centuries. And they'll find new families. New victims. New bloodlines to end. Unless we figure out what they are. What they want. How to actually stop them. But that requires understanding them. Studying them, which means exposure, which means risk, which means creating more researchers like Dr. Vertinen, like Lars Jensen, like Detective Santos. People who get too close, who see too much, who carry the knowledge until it kills them. Maybe that's the elf's real strategy. Not to kill everyone, just to kill everyone who might stop it. Selectively targeting the curious, the intelligent, the ones who might actually figure it out, leaving only the ignorant, the fearful, the ones who'll run instead of fight, leaving only victims. If that's true, if the elf is that sophisticated, then we've already lost. Because I'm writing this, you're reading this. We're both exposed now, both targets, both cursed in the original sense, set apart, marked, identified. The elf knows about us now, if it knows anything, if it's capable of knowing. And someday Christmas, probably, because that's when it always happens, we'll receive a gift, a wooden toy, 6 inches tall, pointy head, clasped hands, smiling, and we'll have to decide, destroy it, and risk releasing whatever it contains, keep it, and risk joining the Chun family, give it away, and become Gunnar Olsen. There's no good choice. The elf has seen to that. It's been perfecting this game for 3 centuries. It knows all the moves, all the counters, all the ways we'll try to escape. And it's patient, so patient. It can wait for us to make a mistake, for our vigilance to lapse, for the moment when we're tired enough, desperate enough, or simply human enough to do something stupid, like open a package, like trust a gift, like believe that this time, maybe this time, the smile is genuine. Robert Chun tried to win by ending the game, by removing himself from the board, and maybe that worked. For him, for his bloodline. But the elf is still playing, still has moves left, still has centuries of practice and an infinite reserve of patience. It doesn't need to win quickly. It just needs to outlast us, and it will. It always does. Detective Santos told me something else, something she asked me not to include, but I think is important. After she retired, after she moved to Arizona, after she thought she was safe, she received a package. No return address, no postmark that made sense, just a box on her doorstep. She almost opened it, almost. Her hand was on the tape when she stopped, because she knew, somehow, instinctively. She called the bomb squad. They x-rayed the package, found nothing dangerous, no explosives, no chemicals. Just an object, wooden, small, roughly 6 inches. They asked if she wanted them to open it. She said no. Side burn it. Burn it without opening it. Burn the whole thing. They refused. Protocol. They had to verify the contents before destruction. So they opened it. And inside was an elf, smiling. With a note. The note said, "Thank you for keeping us together. We'll keep you in our thoughts." Not threatening, not overtly, just aware, acknowledging her, thanking her. The bomb squad destroyed it, incinerated the whole package, did their jobs and left. Detective Santos moved, changed her name, cut off contact with everyone from her old life, including me. After our interview, she vanished. I've tried to find her. Can't. She's erased herself as thoroughly as possible. Because she understood. The elf knew where she was, knew what she'd done, and was thanking her, not for stopping it, for putting it in the conservatory, where it could be with its family, with the other elves, where it could wait, surrounded by its kind, for the containers to fail, for the collection to escape. That's what keeping us together meant. Not keeping Detective Santos safe. Keeping the elves united, concentrated, ready. For what? The note doesn't say. But the implication is clear. Something is coming. Something the elves have been preparing for. Something that requires them to be together, organized, armed, an event. A moment. A specific point in time when the conditions are right and the seals fail and the elves fulfill whatever purpose they've been built for. Not to spread disease. That's just a side effect. A test. A proof of concept. The real purpose is bigger. older. Something that makes bioterrorism look quaint. Doctor. Vertinen hinted at it. Father Anselm glimpsed it. Gunnar Olsen might have understood it, though his confession doesn't specify. The elves aren't trying to kill humanity. They're trying to change us, transform us, prepare us for something. The children they collect, the families they destroy, the researchers they drive mad. It's all part of a process. A long, slow metamorphosis, turning us into what? Into them. Into smiling wooden things. Into vessels for whatever intelligence or force or pattern the elf represents. This is speculation. Wild speculation. The kind that gets researchers dismissed and careers destroyed. But it fits. It explains the patience, the methodology. The way the elf doesn't just kill, but shapes, selects, transforms. It's not trying to wipe us out. It's trying to recruit us. One family at a time. One child at a time. One terrified researcher at a time. Until there are more of them than us. Until the tipping point. Until the elves outnumber the humans and the transformation is complete. How long until that happens? How many have already been converted? I don't know. Can't know. The elves don't announce themselves. Don't wear signs. They just smile and wait and work. And maybe that person you pass on the street, the one whose smile doesn't quite reach their eyes, whose hands are always clasped, whose gaze lingers too long on children. Maybe they're not human anymore. Not entirely. Maybe they're elf, or becoming elf, or have always been elf and you just noticed. Maybe you're elf, and don't know it yet, because the transformation is slow, subtle. You don't wake up wooden. You wake up a little colder, a little less empathetic, a little more patient, a little more willing to smile while the world burns. That's the final horror. Not that the elf is coming for us, but that it's already here, already inside us, already changing us from within. And we can't stop it, because we can't even recognize it. Can't distinguish between normal adaptation to a harsh world and actual transformation into something inhuman. Maybe there's no difference. Maybe the elf just accelerates what we're already doing to ourselves. What civilization does to everyone eventually. Turns us hollow, polished, smiling, empty of everything except the capacity to endure. And isn't that what survival requires? Isn't that what 3 centuries of industrial civilization has taught us? Smile. Endure. Keep working. Keep consuming. Keep pretending everything is fine while the ice caps melt and the species die and the world transforms into something our grandparents wouldn't recognize. Keep smiling, like the elf, because that's what survivors do. And the elf, whatever it is, whatever it represents, is the ultimate survivor. Has survived plague and fire and every attempt to destroy it. Has survived centuries of human ingenuity directed at its elimination. Has survived because it understands something we don't. That survival isn't about being strongest or fastest or smartest. It's about being most willing to change, to adapt, to become something new. The elf was wood, then it became weapon, then symbol, then idea, then infrastructure. Now it's becoming us. And we're becoming it. In another century, maybe less, the distinction will be meaningless. We'll all be elves, all smiling, all patient, all waiting for the next phase, the next transformation. All wooden inside, where it counts. Robert Chun killed himself to escape this. Dr. Vertinen died fighting it. Detective Santos disappeared trying to hide from it. But escape is impossible, because the elf isn't outside us. It's the future. Our future. The inevitable result of choosing convenience over connection, efficiency over empathy, survival over soul. We're not fighting the elf. We're becoming it. Have been becoming it since 1721, maybe longer. And when the transformation is complete, when the last human becomes the last elf, the collection will be finished. The circle will close. Like the circle of finished children. Frozen. Smiling. Worshipping. Worshipping what? Whatever comes next. Whatever the elves were built to serve. Whatever purpose has been driving this 3-century campaign. We don't know. Can't know. Won't know until it's too late. But it's coming. The elves know. That's why they're gathering, concentrating, preparing. That's why the containers in Basel are really prisons. Not to keep the elves in, to keep us out. To delay the moment when we join them, when we complete the transformation, when we stop being human and become what we were always meant to be. Wood, lacquer, smiles, patience, and purpose. Always purpose. Even if we don't understand it, the elf understands, has always understood. Will still understand long after we've forgotten what understanding means. Merry Christmas. The gifts are under the tree, wrapped in bright paper, waiting to be opened. Go ahead, open them, see what's inside. You already know. You've known since the beginning of this story. It's an elf. Of course it's an elf. Smiling. Always smiling. Waiting for you to smile back. The year is 2847. I know. We've been talking about the past. About Stockholm and Boston and Seattle. About history and archives and dead researchers. But to understand the elf really understand it, we need to look forward. To where this is going. To the endpoint. Because the elf has one. Has always had one. A terminus. A final configuration. A last Christmas. This is speculative. Obviously, I can't know the future, but I can extrapolate. Can follow the pattern to its logical conclusion. And the conclusion is this. By 2847, there are no humans left. Just elves. Not wooden elves. Not toys. Not objects. But elf things. Human-shaped. Biological. Still breathing and walking and performing the motions of life. But hollow. Empty. Transformed. Let me explain how we get there. 2025. The elf is contained. Mostly. A few active cases. A few outbreaks. But nothing civilization ending. Nothing that can't be managed with quarantine and fear and the willingness to sacrifice the infected. 2050. Climate change has destabilized everything. Mass migrations. Resource wars. The breakdown of global supply chains. Governments collapse. Corporations take over. Life becomes about survival. About finding food and water and shelter. In this chaos, the elf thrives, because chaos creates refugees. And refugees need gifts, need help from strangers, need to accept whatever they're offered, because refusal means death. The elf, now replicated across thousands of contaminated objects, distributed through black markets and aid organizations and well-meaning charities, spreads faster than ever. Not through malice, through necessity. 2,100. The population has crashed. 4 billion dead. From climate, from war, from disease, the elf's disease, and others, so many others. The survivors are changed, traumatized, paranoid. They've learned not to trust, not to accept gifts, not to gather, but they've also learned to endure, to smile through horror, to keep functioning even when everything inside them is screaming. They're becoming elf-like, not infected, just adapted, shaped by the same pressures that shaped Gunnar Olsen in 1721, that shaped every survivor of every outbreak. The difference is scale. Now it's not one village, it's civilization. Everyone who's left has been touched by the elf, has lost family to it, has learned its lessons, has internalized its values, survive, endure, smile. Wait, 2,200. humanity is stable again. Smaller, harder, more distributed. People live in small communities, avoid cities, grow their own food, make their own tools. It looks like a return to pre-industrial life, but it's not, because these people carry technology, carry knowledge, carry the memory of what came before, and they carry something else, a change, subtle, neurological, the result of generations of trauma and selection pressure and exposure to the elf's influence. They're less empathetic, more patient, better at compartmentalizing emotion, better at smiling while feeling nothing. Scientists in the few remaining research stations note this, document it, call it post-collapse adaptation syndrome, a survival trait. Natural selection favoring those who can endure without breaking. But some researchers, the ones who've read the archives, who know about the elf, wonder if it's selection or transformation, if the elf has been changing us all along, preparing us, making us more like itself. These researchers are ignored, dismissed, their concerns filed away, because humanity has bigger problems than wooden toys, has to rebuild, has to survive. 2,300. The rebuilding is going well. Too well. Civilization is emerging again. Cities forming. Trade networks establishing. Technology returning. But it's different this time. The new civilization is colder, more efficient, less wasteful. People work harder, complain less, accept hierarchy without resistance. It looks like progress. Like humanity has learned from its mistakes, has become more rational, more organized, more capable of managing resources. But there's no art, no music, no unnecessary beauty, just function, just survival, just the endless optimization of existence. And everyone smiles, constantly, in meetings and markets and homes. Not happy smiles, just ... smiles, the default expression, the mask that signals compliance. The elf smile, 2,400. First contact, sort of. A strange signal from deep space. Mathematics, patterns, a message. It takes decades to decode. When they finally crack it, the message is simple. We have been preparing you. You are nearly ready. Wait. Nearly ready for what? The message doesn't say. But human society, if it can still be called human, responds with eerie calm. No panic, no fear, no excitement, just acknowledgement. And patience. They wait, like the elf taught them to wait. Like they've been waiting for centuries without knowing what they were waiting for. 2,500. The children start changing. Physically, not dramatically. Just small shifts. Fingers slightly longer. Eyes slightly larger. Skin slightly smoother. Like wood grain. And they don't cry, don't laugh. Don't show emotion beyond that constant, placid smile. Parents notice, but don't react. Don't seek treatment. Don't question. They just accept. Like the elf taught them to accept. Like they've been accepting everything for generations. The children grow, reproduce. Their children are more changed, and their children more still. Within a few generations, the transformation is visible, obvious, undeniable. Humanity is becoming something else. Something that looks human, but isn't. Not anymore. 2,600. The last purely biological human dies. Her name is forgotten. She leaves no descendants. Her death is recorded, but not mourned, because mourning requires emotion. And emotion is inefficient, wasteful, counterproductive. The new humanity, the elf things, don't mourn, don't feel, don't need to. They have purpose, have direction, have the patient certainty that they're fulfilling some design, some plan that predates their transformation, that guided their transformation, that will culminate in ... something. 2,700. The signal comes again. Different message. You are ready. Build. And humanity no longer human. Not quite machine. Something wooden in spirit if not in substance builds. Massive structures. Geometric. Precise. Made from materials that shouldn't exist. The structures form a pattern. Visible from space. A message. A response. To what? To whom? Nobody asks. Asking requires curiosity. And curiosity died somewhere around 2,300, replaced by compliance, by the willingness to do what's asked without questioning why. The elf's ultimate victory, not death. Obedience. 2,800. The structures are complete. They hum, vibrate, generate fields that warp space itself. Open something, a door, a gateway, a connection to elsewhere. And through that door comes something. The thing the elves have been serving all along. The thing that sent the first signal. That guided humanity's transformation from biological to elf-like to something new. It's not hostile. Not benevolent either. Just present. Massive. Incomprehensible. It surveys what humanity has become. Nods. Or does whatever passes for nodding when you're a post-biological intelligence from outside conventional spacetime. And it says transmits, projects, however it communicates. Good. The collection is complete. Now you may rest. And humanity, the elf things, the transformed, the prepared simply stops, sits, folds hands, smiles, and waits forever in that final configuration. Collected. 2,847. An explorer from another world human descended, but from a colony that left. Earth before the transformation arrives. Finds the structures. Finds the sitting figures. Millions of them. Arranged in perfect circles. Hands clasped, smiling. Finds the wooden toys scattered among them. Elves. Thousands of elves. Carved with impossible precision. All identical. All smiling the same smile. The explorer reports back. Earth is dead. But not destroyed. It's been curated. Transformed into something. A museum maybe. Or a shrine. To what? We don't know. But everyone here is smiling. And there are these toys. These wooden. The transmission cuts off. The colony ship loses contact with the explorer, writes them off, marks Earth as a dead world, warns others to stay away, and Earth sits, quiet, patient, smiling, full of elf things arranged in worship of something that came and left and might return, full of the collection, finally complete. This is where the pattern leads. This is the endpoint, the purpose. Not extinction, transformation. Humanity becoming a component of something larger. Something that needed us to be specific, shaped, prepared. And the elf, that small wooden toy from 1721, was the tool, the mechanism, the shaping force. Not acting alone, never alone. Part of something vaster. Something patient enough to work across centuries. Something that understands evolution and culture and how to guide both toward a specific outcome. We thought we were fighting a disease, a series of murders, a historical curiosity. We were wrong. We were being cultivated, pruned, shaped, like wood on a lathe. And now 2025, present day, we're still being shaped, still being guided toward that final configuration. That last Christmas when everyone sits down and stops moving and smiles forever. Unless this is preventable. Unless knowing the destination means we can change course. Unless human stubbornness and irrationality and beautiful, wasteful emotion can resist the shaping. Unless we can stay human, messy, imperfect, alive in all the ways that matter. But that requires rejecting the elf's lessons, rejecting efficiency, rejecting patience, rejecting the smile that hides everything real. It requires being vulnerable, emotional, connected. All the things that make us susceptible to the elf's influence in the first place. It's a paradox. The things that let us resist are the things that let us be infected. There might not be a solution, might not be a way to win. Just choices about how we lose. Do we lose by becoming elf or by dying human? Dr. Vertanen chose human, died fighting. Robert Chun chose human, died fleeing. Detective Santos chose something between. Neither elf nor human, just gone. What do you choose? Because that's the real question. The one this story has been building toward. Not, what is the elf? But, what are you? Are you still human? Still capable of genuine emotion? Still willing to accept gifts and risk contamination because connection matters more than safety? Or have you already started transforming? Already feel yourself becoming hollow? Already find it easier to smile than to feel? The elf doesn't need to infect you. Just needs to ask the question. Needs to make you doubt. Make you wonder if you're still real or just performing reality. That doubt, that uncertainty about your own humanity is the infection. Once it takes root, you're already transforming, already becoming elf, already lost. I don't know if I'm still human. Don't know if I ever was. Don't know if human is even a meaningful category anymore. I just know I'm writing this, warning you, telling you to check yourselves, to feel deeply and love recklessly and reject the smile, to choose chaos over order, emotion over efficiency, life over survival, to be human in the fullest, messiest sense, while you still can, because 2847 is coming. Not the specific date, that's fictional, speculative, but the state, the transformation. The moment when we look around and realize we're all elves now, all hollow, all waiting for something we don't understand. We can delay it, maybe, by choosing badly, by being irrational, by refusing to adapt, by being the thing the elf can't shape, genuinely, defiantly, stupidly human. That's the only resistance, the only answer. Not wisdom, not caution, just stubborn, persistent humanity. The elf counts on us being smart, being cautious, being logical. So be dumb, be reckless, be alive, open the gifts, trust the strangers, gather during outbreaks. Do everything the elf's pattern says you shouldn't. And maybe we avoid the last Christmas, the final collection, the sitting down that lasts forever. Or maybe we don't. Maybe transformation is inevitable. Maybe the elf wins because it was always going to win. Because it represents something we can't resist. The pull toward efficiency, order, control. The pull toward being less, simpler, cleaner, wooden. I don't know which future we're heading toward. Human or elf. 2847 or something else. I just know the elf is smiling. Has been smiling for 3 centuries. Will smile for 3 more. And eventually, inevitably, we'll smile back. That's when it wins. When we accept the smile. When we make it our own. When we forget it was ever foreign. When we become what we feared. When Christmas stops being about joy and becomes about waiting. Waiting for the thing we've been prepared for. The thing the elf has been building toward. The collection. And on that last Christmas, whenever it comes, we'll all sit down. Clasp our hands, smile, and wait. Like the elf taught us. Like we've always been waiting. For permission to stop being human. Permission granted. The elf nods. The transformation completes. The collection closes. And somewhere in Basel, in darkness, in a sealed container, the original elf rotates again, just slightly, toward the door, ready for release, ready for the next phase, ready for whatever comes after humanity, smiling, always smiling, because it knows something we don't. It knows how the story ends. And the ending is not an ending. Just the beginning of something else. Something that needed us to become elf before it could fully arrive. Something that's been waiting longer than 3 centuries. Longer than humanity. Longer than Earth. Something that collects civilizations the way the elf collects families. Something patient. Something vast. Something smiling. Something that says, "Good, you're ready." Now the real work begins. And we, no longer human, just elf things in meat shells. Nod. Accept. Begin. Whatever we're told to begin. Forever. That's the future. If we let it happen. If we keep choosing safety over chaos. Order over life. Smiles over tears. If we keep learning the elf's lessons. The future is a wooden smile. Eternal. Empty. Perfect. The future is the elf. And the elf is us. And we are what comes next. Unless we choose differently. Choose now. Choose human. While there's still time. While we still have choice. While the smile is still just a smile and not what we've become. Choose. The elf is waiting. Has always been waiting. Will always wait. Patient as wood. Old as winter. Inevitable as Christmas. Choose human or choose elf. But choose knowing what you're choosing. Knowing that one choice ends in joy and sorrow and messy, beautiful life. And the other ends in Basel, in darkness. In a sealed container. Smiling. Forever. Choose. Dr. Sarah Morrison didn't believe in curses. Didn't believe in supernatural evil. Didn't believe in anything she couldn't measure. Until she found the antidote. This happened in 2023. Dr. Morrison was a biochemist at Stanford, specializing in ancient pathogens, trying to understand how historical diseases killed so effectively with so little understanding of transmission. She'd heard about the elf, dismissed it as folklore, but a colleague, someone who'd seen the conservatory's private files, suggested she look deeper. Said there might be something interesting from a scientific perspective. So she looked. Read the accounts. Studied the patterns. And reached the same conclusion every serious researcher reaches. The elf isn't supernatural. It's just ahead of its time. A biological weapon deployed before anyone understood biological weapons. But Dr. Morrison went further. She asked, if the elf is a weapon, where's the counterweapon? Where's the defense? Because weapons and defenses co-evolve. Every sword generates a shield. Every poison generates an antidote. That's how evolution works. How technology works. How war works. So, where was the elf's counter? She started looking through the same archives that describe the elf. The same period. The same regions. And she found something. Buried. Forgotten. A footnote in a Swedish medical text from 1732. The text described a cure for smallpox. Not vaccination. Jenner wouldn't discover that until 1796. But something else. Something that worked. That survivors claimed saved their lives. A carved wooden object. Not an elf. The opposite of an elf. A figure with a frowning face. Hands open. Painted black and white instead of red and green. The text called it Sorgens Trill, the sorrow servant. According to the account, the sorrow servant appeared in a village during an outbreak. Nobody knew where it came from, but families who accepted it, who placed it in their homes alongside the elf, survived. Their symptoms lessened. Their children recovered. The elf and the sorrow servant together canceled each other out, like matter and antimatter. Like poison and antidote, Dr. Morrison found 3 more references, all from the same decade, all describing similar figures, all claiming they stopped the elf's disease. But there was a problem, a significant problem. The sorrow servants worked, but they had side effects. Families who kept them became depressed, lethargic, unable to feel joy. They survived the physical disease but developed a psychological one, a darkness that spread through households like the elf's contamination. Some families destroyed the sorrow servants, chose to risk the elf rather than live in permanent melancholy. Others kept them, accepted the trade, survival in exchange for happiness, life in exchange for joy. The sorrow servants vanished from the historical record after 1740. Nobody knows what happened to them. Were they all destroyed? Hidden? Lost? Dr. Morrison decided to find out. She traced lineages, followed family trees of people who'd supposedly owned sorrow servants, looked for descendants, for heirlooms, for anything that survived. She found one in a farmhouse in northern Sweden, in an attic wrapped in cloth, sealed in a box marked with warnings in Old Swedish. Do not open unless death is certain. The cure is worse than the disease. Dr. Morrison opened it anyway, because she needed to know, needed to understand the mechanism. Inside was a wooden figure, 6 inches tall, frowning face, hands open. Painted black and white, though the paint had faded to gray. She tested it. Same protocols as the elf, looking for biological contamination, toxins, anything that might explain its effects. She found something, not a virus, not bacteria, but a chemical, a naturally occurring compound produced by certain fungi. A compound that affects serotonin production, reduces it, causes depression. The sorrow servant had been treated with this compound, soaked in it, sealed with it. Just like the elf had been treated with smallpox. Why would anyone deliberately create an object that causes depression? Dr. Morrison's hypothesis, because depression has protective effects, reduces social interaction, reduces energy expenditure, makes people less likely to gather, to travel, to spread disease. The sorrow servant was behavioral quarantine, a psychological countermeasure. It made you too sad to spread the elf's infection, too isolated, too withdrawn. It worked, but at enormous cost, because while physical disease is temporary, the sorrow servant's effects were permanent. The compound it contained altered brain chemistry, created lasting depression, sometimes suicidal depression. The cure killed almost as many people as the disease, just slower, more privately. That's why the sorrow servants vanished. Not because they didn't work, because they worked too well. Because people realized that choosing between the elf and the sorrow servant was choosing between two kinds of death. Dr. Morrison published her findings. Countermeasures to historical biological warfare. The case of the sorrow servant. The paper was rejected. Reviewers called it speculative, insufficiently evidenced. One reviewer wrote, "The author appears to be describing a folk remedy with coincidental biochemical effects." To suggest this was a deliberate counterweapon requires evidence of intentional design. None is provided. Dr. Morrison tried to provide that evidence, traveled back to Sweden, looked for more sorrow servants, for documentation, for proof. She found nothing. The farmhouse where she'd found the first one had burned down. Accidental fire. Total loss. The sorrow servant inside, if it was still there, was destroyed. Other leads went nowhere. Families who supposedly owned sorrow servants denied it. Archives that should contain references were empty. Missing pages, lost records. It was like someone was erasing the evidence. Systematically, deliberately. Dr. Morrison became paranoid. Started seeing patterns, coincidences that felt deliberate. She wondered, was someone suppressing this information? The conservatory? A government agency? Something else? Or was she just experiencing the sorrow servant's effects? Depression manifesting as paranoia. Isolation manifesting as conspiracy theory. She couldn't tell. That was the worst part. Not knowing if her thoughts were her own or artifacts of exposure to the compound. Because she'd handled the sorrow servant extensively, without proper protection, before she knew what it contained. She'd been dosed, contaminated, like Gunnar Olsen with his elf, like every researcher who got too close. Dr. Morrison died in 2024. Suicide. Jumped from the Golden Gate Bridge. Her note was brief. I found the antidote. But the antidote is worse than the disease. There is no cure, only choices about how to suffer. Her research was archived, classified, sent to Basel, to the conservatory, where it sits now alongside the elf collection. Item number 0156, research files of Dr. Sarah Morrison. Contents, field notes, biochemical analyses, one photograph of a wooden figure. Object itself destroyed in fire. 2023. Classification, hazardous, informational. Handle only with psychological screening and post-exposure counseling. Because reading Dr. Morrison's research, understanding the sorrow servant, affects people, makes them depressed, makes them wonder if they're infected with sadness the way others are infected with disease, makes them question whether happiness is real or just the absence of antidote. This is the mechanism. The way the elf wins even when we fight back. Because fighting requires countermeasures. And countermeasures have costs. And sometimes the cost is worse than the original threat. The sorrow servant proves it. There was an antidote, a defense, a way to stop the elf. But using it meant choosing sadness, choosing isolation, choosing a life without joy in exchange for a life without disease. Most people, when faced with that choice, chose neither. Chose to risk the elf rather than guarantee the sorrow. Chose to remain vulnerable rather than become invulnerable and empty. And maybe that was right. Maybe that's what being human means. Staying vulnerable. Staying capable of joy, even when joy makes you susceptible to harm. Maybe the elf's greatest trick isn't the disease. It's making us believe we need protection, making us reach for antidotes that kill what we're trying to save. Dr. Morrison understood this. Too late, after she'd been exposed, after she'd internalized the sorrow servant's message. Survival requires sacrifice. Safety requires sadness. The only way to stop the elf is to become its opposite. And the opposite of the smiling elf is the frowning human who cannot smile ever again. That's the trap. That's the real curse. Not the elf itself, but the belief that we can defeat it. That there's a cure, a solution, a way to win. There isn't. There never was. The sorrow servant proved that. Proved that every defense creates new vulnerabilities. Every cure has side effects. Every attempt to protect ourselves from the elf just creates new ways for it to hurt us. So what do? Dr. Morrison's answer: nothing. Accept vulnerability. Accept risk. Accept that life in the shadow of the elf is still life. Still worth living. Still better than the alternative. But she couldn't follow her own advice. Couldn't live with the knowledge. Couldn't carry the weight of understanding that the antidote she'd found was worse than the disease. So she jumped. Chose a third option. Neither elf nor sorrow servant. Just ending. And maybe that's the real antidote. Not a counterweapon. Not a cure. Just the choice to stop playing. To exit the game. To refuse both the smile and the frown. Death as immunity. Absence as protection. It's a terrible answer, but it might be the only honest one. Unless there's a third figure. Neither elf nor sorrow servant. Something that protects without poisoning. That defends without destroying. Dr. Morrison searched for it. Never found it, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Maybe it's still out there, in some attic, some archive, some forgotten corner of history. A figure that neither smiles nor frowns, that keeps its hands neither clasped nor open. That's painted neither red-green nor black-white, but something else. Something balanced, something whole. A figure that represents not survival at any cost, but life at any cost. Life with all its mésalliances and vulnerability and joy and pain and risk. A figure that says, you don't need to choose between the elf and the sorrow servant. You don't need to choose between contamination and cure. You can choose life, undefended, unprotected, fully human. You can choose to dance in the plague, to laugh in the darkness, to love in the winter, to give gifts knowing they might kill you, to accept gifts knowing they might be poisoned. You can choose to be beautifully, stupidly, defiantly alive. That figure, if it exists, would be the real antidote. Not a counterweapon, not a cure, just permission. Permission to stop fighting, to stop choosing sides, to stop trying to win an unwinnable war. Permission to be human, in all the ways that matter, including the ways that make us vulnerable. I don't know if that figure exists. Don't know if Dr. Morrison was right that there's no cure, or if she just didn't look in the right places. But I know this. The conservatory has been looking, quietly, desperately, ever since Dr. Morrison's death. Because they understand what she understood. That containing the elf isn't enough. That preservation just delays the inevitable. That someday 2, 8, 4, 7 or sooner, the containers will fail and the elves will escape, and humanity will have no defense. Unless someone finds the third figure, the balance. The thing that lets us stay human while surviving the elf. They call it the silent child. Not officially. That's not in any catalog. But curators whisper about it. Dream about it. Spend their careers searching for evidence that it existed. The silent child appears in exactly 3 historical texts. All fragmentary. All disputed. One reference from Iceland, 1756. A figure was found in the ruins of the old church. Neither smiling nor sad. Just watching. The priest tried to burn it, but it would not catch fire. The villagers buried it in the churchyard. That winter, no one died. Not from plague. Not from anything. They lived. Just lived. One reference from Russia, 1812. During the retreat from Moscow, soldiers found a carved figure in an abandoned village. It had no expression, no paint. Just raw wood, smooth as skin. The soldiers brought it with them. Those who carried it survived the winter. Those who refused to touch it froze. One reference from America, 1876. A Lakota medicine man showed me a wooden figure. He said it was older than his people's memory. Said it was a gift from before, from when the world was different. He said it protected against the wooden spirits who smile and take children, but using it required sacrifice. You had to give up something. Your voice, maybe. Your name. Your connection to your tribe. You had to become silent, become nobody, to protect everybody. 3 references, spanning a century and a half, spanning continents, all describing something similar, a figure with no expression, no paint, no emotion, something that protected not by curing or preventing, but by existing. By witnessing, by being present without judgment or agenda. The silent child. The conservatory has searched for it. For decades, they found nothing, no artifacts. No descendants of the people who supposedly owned these figures. No evidence beyond those 3 fragmentary texts. Maybe it never existed. Maybe it's just folklore. The human need to believe there's a third option, a middle path. A way out that doesn't require choosing between contamination and cure, elf and sorrow servant, death and living death. Or maybe it does exist. And maybe the reason nobody can find it is because it doesn't want to be found. Doesn't want to be locked in Bazole with the others. Doesn't want to be studied and analyzed and contained. Maybe it's still out there, moving, hiding, protecting people who don't know they're being protected. Maybe you've seen it in a thrift store, in a yard sale, in a box of your grandmother's things. A wooden figure, unpainted, expressionless. Nothing remarkable. Nothing that would make you look twice. Nothing you'd keep. Nothing you'd throw away. Just ... there. Present. Silent. And maybe, if you kept it, if you let it stay, your house would be protected. Not from everything. Not from life. But from the elf. From the sorrow servant. From the forces that want to transform you into something less than human. Maybe the silent child is the antidote. Not because it cures anything, but because it reminds you of who you are, what you are, why being human, messy and vulnerable and alive is worth protecting. Maybe it doesn't need to do anything, just needs to be there, watching, silent, a witness to your humanity. A guardian that protects by refusing to intervene. That saves by doing nothing. That defeats the elf simply by existing in opposition to it. Not smiling, not frowning, just being. I want this to be true. Want the silent child to be real. Want there to be an answer that doesn't require choosing between terrible options. But wanting doesn't make it so, and the evidence is thin. And Dr. Morrison, who wanted the same thing, who searched until it killed her, found nothing. So maybe the silent child is just hope. Just the story we tell ourselves to survive in a world where the elf is real and the sorrow servant is worse, and there's no clear path forward. Maybe hope is enough. Maybe that's the antidote. Not an object, not a cure. Just the stubborn belief that being human is worth the risk, worth the vulnerability, worth everything we'll lose to the elf and everything we'd sacrifice to the sorrow servant. Maybe the silent child is just us, choosing, every day, to stay human, to remain vulnerable, to keep loving and giving and gathering even though it might kill us, to be our own antidote, our own protection, our own silent witness to the value of being alive. That's not supernatural. Not magical. Just difficult. Impossibly, beautifully difficult. But it might be all we have. Dr. Morrison couldn't do it. Couldn't bear the weight of knowing what she knew and staying human anyway. So she jumped. And I don't blame her. Sometimes the weight is too much. Sometimes silence is easier than screaming into the void. But the rest of us, we're still here. Still trying. Still searching for the silent child or trying to become it. Still believing, against all evidence, against all odds, that there's a way through this. That humanity can survive the elf without becoming the sorrow servant. That we can stay vulnerable and alive and human all the way to whatever end we're heading toward. Maybe we're wrong. Maybe transformation is inevitable. Maybe 2847 is coming and we can't stop it. But maybe, just maybe, the silent child is real, is out there, is working in ways we don't understand, protecting people we'll never know about, saving humanity one quiet act of witness at a time. Maybe every time someone chooses connection over safety, emotion over efficiency, life over survival, the silent child grows stronger, becomes more real, more present. Maybe we create it by choosing to stay human. Maybe it's not an artifact from the past, but an emergent property of resistance. A collective guardian born from individual choices. Maybe the antidote isn't something we find. It's something we make, together. By refusing to choose sides. By rejecting both the elf smile and the sorrow servant's frown. By simply being here, present, silent when silence is needed, loud when noise is required, human when humanity is the hardest choice. That's the answer. If there is one, Not a cure, not a weapon, just persistence. Stubborn, irrational, beautiful persistence. The elf is patient, but so are we. The elf endures, but so do we. The elf smiles and waits for us to smile back, but we don't have to. We can frown, cry, laugh, scream, feel everything, be everything. Refuse to be reduced to a single expression, a single response. We can be human, fully, completely, until the end. And if the end is 2847, if the containers fail and the elves escape and transformation comes, at least we'll have been human until then. At least we'll have lived, really lived, not survived, not endured, but lived, with all the risk and pain and joy and mess that entails. That's the antidote. That's the silent child. That's the answer to the elf, not defeating it, outliving it, not in years but in quality, in depth, in the fullness of experience. The elf might take our future, but it can't take our present, not unless we give it up, not unless we choose the smile, or the frown, or the silence of surrender. We can choose the silence of witness instead, the silence of presence, the silence that says, I am here, I am alive, and you cannot change that, not while I still choose it. That's the magic. The only magic that works, not supernatural, not inexplicable, just human will, human choice, human defiance in the face of forces that want to reshape us. The elf has been reshaping humanity for 3 centuries, but humanity has been resisting for just as long, not always successfully, not always consciously, but persistently. Every person who refused the gift, every family that burned the elf, every researcher who looked at the pattern and said, no. Every time someone chose human over elf, connection over safety, life over mere existence, those choices matter. They add up. They create something, not a physical object, not a cure you can hold, but a pattern, a counter pattern, a resistance. Maybe that's the silent child, the accumulated weight of every human choice to stay human. Every refusal to be shaped, every act of defiance against the transformation. It's not enough. Not yet. The elf is still winning, still spreading, still smiling. But it's something. It's hope. It's a fighting chance. And maybe, if enough of us choose human, if enough of us refuse to smile or frown, but simply exist in full complexity, maybe the silent child becomes real enough to matter. Strong enough to protect, present enough to witness. Maybe we save ourselves by being worth saving, by remaining human enough that humanity is worth preserving. That's all I've got. That's all Dr. Morrison had. That's all anyone has. A choice. To be human or elf or sorrow servant. To smile or frown or simply exist. Choose. Every day. Every moment. Every time a gift arrives and you have to decide whether to open it. Choose. And maybe collectively, slowly, stubbornly, we choose our way out of this. We create the antidote by being it. We summon the silent child by becoming it. We save ourselves by refusing to need saving. By living so fully that survival becomes secondary. By being so completely human that transformation becomes impossible. The elf can contaminate objects, can spread disease, can kill bodies, but it can't kill spirit. Can't erase the essential human spark that says, I am, I choose, I live. Not forever. Nothing lives forever, but fully, completely, humanly, until the end. Whenever that comes, however that looks. At least we'll have been us. Really, truly us. Not the version the elf wanted. Not the version the sorrow servant created. Just us. Messy, vulnerable, alive, human. That's the antidote. That's the silent child. That's the answer. You, me, us. Choosing. Every day. to be human, knowing what it costs, knowing what threatens us, knowing there might not be a way out, choosing anyway, because that's what humans do. We choose, even when the choices are impossible, even when the odds are against us, even when the elf is smiling and the sorrow servant is frowning and the world is ending. We choose life. We choose human. We choose each other. And maybe, just maybe, that's enough. There's a package on your doorstep right now. I'm serious. Go check. I'll wait. No? You don't want to check? Good. That's smart. Because if there's a package, if something arrived while you were reading this, you need to think very carefully before opening it. Did you order anything? Are you expecting something? Can you verify the sender? If the answer to any of those questions is no, then congratulations. You've just encountered what researchers call a dark gift, an unsolicited package, origin unknown, purpose unclear, and statistically according to data compiled but never published by Homeland Security, approximately 0.003% of such packages contain intentional contamination, biological, chemical, or psychological. That's a tiny percentage, almost negligible. But in a country that receives 50 million packages per day, it means 1,500 contaminated packages are in circulation at any given moment. Most are accidents, manufacturing defects, pesticide residue, mold. Nothing sinister, nothing intentional. But some are very small, some are deliberate. Are sent by people who understand what Gunnar Olsen understood, what the Romanian elf maker understood, what every researcher who studied this pattern understands. That gifts are vectors. That curiosity overrides caution. That humans will open packages even when they know intellectually, rationally, that opening unknown packages is dangerous, because we can't help it. We're pattern recognition machines, mystery-solving primates. We see a box and we want to know what's inside. That impulse, that curiosity, is what makes us human, and what makes us vulnerable. The elf knows this, has always known this, has been exploiting this for 3 centuries. And now, in 2025, with global shipping and online marketplaces and the ability to send anything to anyone with minimal verification, the elf has never had better infrastructure. So that package on your doorstep, it's probably fine. Probably exactly what you ordered. Probably safe to open, probably. But let's talk about what happens if it's not. If you're the unlucky 0.003%, if someone angry or creative or just following the pattern decided you'd be a good target. First, nothing. You open the package. Inside is ... something. A product. Maybe the thing you ordered. Maybe something else. Something decorative. Something wooden. Something smiling. You touch it. Pick it up. Examine it. Your fingers make contact. Skin cells slough off. Oil transfers. If there's contamination, if the object was treated with bacteria or virus or chemical, you're exposed. Still nothing. Not immediately. Contamination has an incubation period. Hours to days to weeks depending on the pathogen. You go about your life, unaware, unaffected, until you're not. Symptoms start. Mild at first. Fatigue. Headache. Could be anything. Stress. Poor sleep. The normal background noise of modern existence. You don't connect it to the package. Why would you? That was days ago, weeks ago. The object is on your shelf now, decorating your home, making you smile every time you see it. The symptoms worsen. You see a doctor. They run tests. Find something. Or find nothing. Depends on what you were exposed to. Depends on whether modern medicine even knows what to look for. Treatment begins. Maybe it works. Maybe you recover. Most people do. Most exposures are subalthal. Most pathogens are controllable with modern antibiotics or antivirals. But some aren't, and even when treatment works, there's a cost. Time, money, suffering, the knowledge that something in your home tried to kill you. And the question that haunts you forever after, why me? Was it random? Targeted? Did someone choose you specifically? Or were you just unlucky? Did you do something to deserve this? Or is the universe simply malicious? You'll never know. Because dark gifts don't come with explanations, don't include manifestos, don't provide closure. They just arrive, harm, disappear, leave you wondering. This is the psychological damage. Worse than the physical, because bodies heal. Minds don't, not completely. Not when they've learned that danger can arrive gift-wrapped. That threat can look like generosity. That opening a package might kill you. You become paranoid. Start inspecting everything. Wearing gloves, quarantining packages, treating every delivery like a potential bomb. And maybe that's smart. Maybe that's adaptation. Maybe that's the only rational response to living in a world where the elf has access to Amazon. But it's also exhausting, isolating. It means living in constant fear, constant vigilance, constant awareness that the next package could be the one. It means the elf wins even when it doesn't attack, because the threat of attack is sufficient. The knowledge that it's possible, the understanding that you're vulnerable, that knowledge changes you, makes you smaller, more cautious, less willing to take risks, less willing to accept gifts, less willing to trust, less human. And that's the goal. Not to kill everyone, just to kill the parts of us that make us human. The curiosity, the trust, the generosity, the willingness to be vulnerable. The elf wants us paranoid, wants us isolated, wants us treating each other as potential threats rather than potential friends. Because paranoid, isolated people don't form communities, don't organize resistance, don't create the collective defense that might actually stop the elf. They just sit, alone, in homes full of unopened packages, afraid to engage, afraid to live, already transformed, already elf-like, already lost. So what do you do about the package on your doorstep? About the constant stream of deliveries that might contain death? Option 1. Stop ordering. Stop accepting gifts. Stop participating in the system. Live entirely offline. Entirely local. Entirely self-sufficient. This is safe, arguably. You can't be attacked through mail if you don't receive mail. Can't be infected by dark gifts if you refuse all gifts. But it's also impossible. For most people. In most places. Modern life requires delivery. Requires online commerce. Requires trusting that the things you order are the things that arrive. Opting out means opting out of society. Becoming a hermit. A survivalist. Someone who treats all of civilization as contaminated. Maybe you can do that. Maybe you should. Maybe that's wisdom. But it's also surrender. It's letting the elf win. It's choosing the sorrow servant's isolation over the elf's connection. It's becoming less human to avoid becoming elf. Option 2. Accept the risk. Open everything. Trust everyone. Maintain the optimism and curiosity that make you human. This is beautiful, noble, defiant. It's choosing life over safety, choosing connection over caution. It's also suicidal, because the 0.003% eventually catches up with you. Eventually, you're the unlucky one. Eventually, the package you open is the one that kills you. And your death, while meaningful, while human, doesn't stop the elf. Doesn't warn others. Just adds to the body count. Just proves that defiance without caution is martyrdom. Beautiful, but useless. Option 3. Middle path. Verify what you can. Inspect what you can't. Trust but verify. Accept most packages while treating suspicious ones with caution. This is rational, balanced, the approach most experts recommend. It acknowledges risk without surrendering to fear. It maintains human connection while implementing reasonable safeguards. It's also exhausting, because every package requires judgment. Every delivery demands assessment. You're constantly evaluating. Trusted sender or unknown. Expected delivery or surprise. Safe or suspicious. You get it wrong sometimes. Destroy something harmless. Or accept something dangerous. The middle path doesn't eliminate risk, just distributes it. Makes you responsible for your own safety in ways that feel impossible. But it's probably the best we can do. The closest thing to wisdom in an impossible situation. Verify senders. Inspect packages. Wear gloves with unknowns. Quarantine suspicious items. Report anomalies. Stay informed without becoming paranoid. Live carefully, but live. That's the answer. If there is one, not safety, not recklessness, just careful life, aware life, human life that acknowledges danger without surrendering to it. And maybe that's enough. Maybe that's how we resist the elf in the age of Amazon. Not by defeating it, we can't defeat it, but by refusing to let it dictate how we live, by opening packages, by accepting gifts, by staying curious and trusting and connected, but also by being smart, by learning from history, by understanding that Gunnar Olsen and the Romanian craftsmen and all the others who weaponized generosity, they succeeded because people didn't know to be careful. Now we know. Now we can choose. Can balance risk and connection. Can be human without being stupid. Can check our doorsteps without becoming paranoid. Can open packages without becoming victims. Can live in the shadow of the elf without becoming shadows ourselves. That's the challenge. The test. The question this entire story has been building toward. Can you stay human? Can you maintain curiosity, trust, and generosity in a world where those traits make you vulnerable? Can you open gifts knowing they might be weapons? Can you love knowing love might kill you? Can you check your doorstep right now seriously? Go check and handle whatever you find with both caution and hope. Because there might be something there. And it might be fine. And it might be dangerous. And you won't know until you engage with it. Until you choose, human or elf, connection or isolation, life or mere existence. The package is waiting, has been waiting, will always be waiting, because that's what packages do. That's what gifts do. That's what the elf does. Waits for you to choose. So choose, carefully, but choose. Open the package. Or don't, but make it an intentional decision. Not fear, not paranoia, not surrender. Just choice. Informed choice. Human choice. And if it's an elf, if you open it and find yourself holding something wooden and smiling and wrong, then you'll know. You'll have the knowledge, the awareness, the understanding that this is the test. This is the moment where you decide. Do you keep it? Destroy it? Pass it along? Study it? Fear it? Use it? Do you become Gunnar or Robert Chen or Dr. Vertinen or Detective Santos or one of the millions who encountered the elf and made choices we'll never know about? Do you become part of the pattern or do you break it? There's no right answer, just your answer, the one you can live with, the one that lets you stay human, whatever that means to you. The elf is patient, but so are you. The elf is persistent, but so are you. The elf is waiting on your doorstep. But you? You're already here, already reading, already thinking, already choosing. That's the advantage. That's the edge. The elf can wait centuries, but you're alive now, making decisions now, acting now. The elf is always one step behind, always reacting to what we do, because we're alive and it's not. We're human and it's wood. We're becoming and it's fixed. We can change, adapt, learn, grow, make mistakes and correct them, make new mistakes, try different approaches. The elf just smiles and waits and hopes we don't figure out that we have the advantage. That being alive, messy, and uncertain and mortal gives us flexibility it lacks. We can lose individual battles, individual people, individual generations, but we can win the war because we're alive, and alive things adapt. And adaptation, over time, beats patience. The elf is counting on us not realizing this, is counting on us being too afraid to exploit our advantage, too isolated to work together, too changed to remember what we're fighting for. But we can realize it. We are realizing it. By reading this, by thinking about it, by going to our doorsteps and making conscious choices about what we find there, by being human, deliberately, defiantly, completely. That's how we win. Not by defeating the elf, but being too alive for it to catch, too human for it to hold, too adaptable for it to predict. The package on your doorstep is just a package. Until you decide what it means, until you choose what story it belongs to. Is it part of the elf story or yours? You decide. Right now. By what you do next. By whether you check. Whether you open. Whether you choose carefully or recklessly or not at all. By whether you stay human or start becoming something else. The elf is smiling. But you're alive. And alive beats smiling. Every time. In every story. Except the ones where we forget we're alive. Where we mistake caution for wisdom and isolation for safety. Don't forget. Stay alive. Stay human. Stay messy and vulnerable and curious. And check your damn doorstep. Carefully. But check it. Because maybe there's a gift. Maybe there's danger. Maybe there's nothing. But there's definitely a choice. And choice is what makes us human. What keeps us human? What defeats the elf every time we make it consciously? So choose. The elf is waiting, but so is life. So is humanity. So are all the people you'll connect with. All the gifts you'll give and receive. All the risks you'll take because being human is worth the danger. Choose them. Choose us. Choose life. The package is just wood and lacquer and old fear. But you're new. You're now. You're alive. And alive always wins. Eventually, if we choose it. So, what's on your doorstep? It's Christmas morning. Somewhere. For someone. Maybe for you. The tree is up. Lights twinkling. Presents underneath. Wrapped in bright paper. Ribbons. Boughs. The aesthetic of joy. The promise of surprises. And you're standing there, looking at them, wondering, is this safe? Are these gifts just gifts? Or is one of them something else? Something wooden. Something smiling. Something that's been waiting 3 centuries for exactly this moment? You could refuse. Could tell everyone, no gifts this year. Too dangerous. Too risky. Let's just have dinner. Let's just be together. No objects. No exchanges. No vectors. They'd understand. Probably. It's 2025. People are cautious now. COVID taught us about vectors. About contamination. About how easily things spread through the rituals we thought were safe. So maybe they'd agree. Maybe you'd have a giftless Christmas. Maybe that would be wise. Cautious. The smart choice in a world where the elf has access to global shipping and 3 centuries of practice. But then what? A Christmas without gifts? Without the tangible expression of love and thought and connection? That's not Christmas. That's December 25th with dinner. The elf wins not by attacking, by making us too afraid to celebrate, too afraid to give, too afraid to receive. That's the transformation. That's becoming elf. Not through disease, but through caution. Not through contamination, but through isolation. That's the trap we've been circling this whole time. The understanding that safety requires sacrifice. That protection costs connection. That surviving the elf means becoming less than human. So here you are. Christmas morning. Tree. Presents. Choice. Do you open them? Or do you let fear of what might be inside stop you from experiencing what's actually there? This is the moment. The test. The question the entire story has been asking. Are you human? Still? After everything you've learned? After understanding the elf's history and methodology and patient, persistent, centuries-long campaign to transform us into something hollow and smiling? Are you still human enough to take the risk? To reach for that present, the one in the back, the one you don't remember wrapping, the one that feels slightly wrong, and open it anyway. Because someone you love might have put it there. Might have chosen it carefully. Might be waiting to see your face when you discover what's inside. And yes, it might be an elf. Might be contaminated. Might be the one gift in a million that carries death instead of love. But probably not. Statistically, almost certainly not. The odds are overwhelmingly in your favor. The gift is probably exactly what it appears to be. A gift. From someone who cares. Wrapped in hope. And if you refuse it, if you let the 3% chance of danger override the 99.997% chance of connection, then the elf wins without even being present. Wins through your fear, through your knowledge, through your very reasonable, very rational decision to stay safe, through your decision to stop being human. So what do? You open it, obviously, because that's what humans do. We open presents on Christmas morning. We take risks for connection. We choose love over safety. Every time. Despite everything. Because that's what makes us us. The elf is counting on us for getting this. Counting on knowledge making us cautious. On history making us afraid. On 3 centuries of evidence making us choose isolation. But the elf doesn't understand humans. Not really. Because if it did, it would know. We're stupid. Beautifully, defiantly stupid. We know smoking kills and we smoke anyway. We know sugar is poison and we eat it anyway. We know love ends in loss and we love anyway. We know gifts can be weapons and we open them anyway. Because that's what it means to be human. To choose connection knowing the cost. To risk everything for the possibility of joy. That's not ignorance. That's wisdom. The kind the elf can't comprehend, because the elf is wood and patience and calculation. It doesn't understand that humans don't calculate. We feel. We hope. We act despite odds. We're irrational. And irrationality is our superpower, our defense, our advantage. The elf expects us to be smart, to learn, to adapt, to protect ourselves. So fuck that. Be dumb. Be reckless. Be gloriously, stupidly human. Open the presents. All of them. Especially the suspicious ones. Especially the ones you don't recognize. Especially the ones that feel wrong. Not because they're safe. They might not be. But because choosing to live really live, not just survive, means choosing risk. Means accepting that bad things happen. That sometimes the gift is an elf. That sometimes love kills you, and doing it anyway. Because the alternative, a life of unopened presents and untaken risks and unlived days, that's not life. That's existence. That's being elf, and you're not elf. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Because you're reading this and thinking about it and about to make a choice. And the choice is human. Has to be human. Because that's the only way we win. Not by defeating the elf, but by refusing to let it change us. By insisting on being vulnerable and trusting and generous, especially when those traits make us targets. So go. It's Christmas morning. The presents are waiting. Your family is waiting. Life is waiting. The elf is waiting too. Maybe. Possibly. In one of those boxes. One of those packages. One of those carefully wrapped expressions of love. But probably not. Probably it's just gifts. Just love. Just human beings trying to show each other that connection matters. That despite everything, despite history and danger and the knowledge that gifts can kill, we still choose to give. To receive. To open ourselves to surprise. That's the miracle. The real one. Not that Christmas celebrates a birth 2,000 years ago, but that we still celebrate at all. Still give gifts. Still gather. Still choose connection, despite living in a world where connection is dangerous. Still choose human despite everything trying to make us less. That's what Christmas is really about. Not presents, not the gifts themselves, but the choice to give them, the choice to accept them, the choice to maintain the rituals of connection, even when those rituals make us vulnerable. The elf wants to take that away. Wants Christmas to become a day of isolation and fear. Wants us to look at the tree and see threat instead of joy. Don't let it. Resist. Not through caution, but through defiance. Through choosing to live fully, dangerously, humanly. Open the presents. Smile genuinely, not like the elf, but with real joy. Be with people you love. Touch things. Share things. Exchange things. Be vulnerable. Be stupid. Be human. And if one of the gifts is an elf, if you unwrap it and find yourself holding something wooden and smiling and wrong, then you'll deal with it. Together. With the people around you. With the community that Christmas is supposed to create. You'll make a choice. Informed by everything you've learned, but not controlled by fear. Not paralyzed by knowledge. Just choosing, as humans do. Maybe you keep it. Study it. Try to understand it. Try to break the pattern from within. Maybe you destroy it. Burn it properly. Dispose of it safely. Remove the threat before it can spread. Maybe you do something else. Something creative. Something the elf doesn't expect because the elf has been playing the same game for 3 centuries and hasn't encountered real innovation in decades. Something human. Something new. Something that changes the story. But first, you have to open the gift. Have to engage. Have to choose participation over safety. Have to be here. Now. Present. Alive. Human. So do it. Go to the tree. Pick up that suspicious package. The one that bothers you. The one that feels wrong. And open it. See what's inside. See if your instincts were right. See if the elf is really there, or if it's just your knowledge, your fear, your awareness making you see danger where there's only love. And either way, whether it's an elf or a sweater, whether it's threat or gift, whether your caution was wisdom or paranoia, you'll have made the choice. You'll have been human. Fully. Completely. For one more Christmas. And that's all we can do. Be human. One more day. One more gift. One more risk. One more choice to connect instead of isolate. Until we can't anymore. Until the transformation is complete. Until 2847, or whenever the containers fail and the elves escape and humanity becomes something else. But not today. Today is Christmas. Today is human. Today's yours. So go. The presents are waiting. The people are waiting. Life is waiting. The elf might be waiting too. But you know what? The elf has been waiting for 300 years. It can wait a little longer. Because right now, this moment, this Christmas, this choice belongs to you. To us. To humanity. And we're using it. We're opening the presents. We're taking the risks. We're being beautifully, stupidly, gloriously alive. The elf can smile. We're laughing. We're crying. We're feeling everything. We're human, and human wins. Today, this Christmas. Every Christmas we choose to celebrate despite the danger. Human wins. Not forever, not guaranteed, but today. And today is all we have. So let's use it, let's be it, let's choose it. Merry Christmas. The presents are under the tree. Your family is in the next room. Life is happening right now. Go live it, despite everything, because of everything, for everything that makes us human instead of elf. Go. Open, risk, love, live. The elf is just wood. But you're alive, and alive always wins. On Christmas morning, when we choose it. So choose now.